and improving collaboration across Canadian biosphere regions. My name is Julie Ostrem. Oh, thank you. How's that sound? Okay, my name is Julie Ostrem, and I'm a recent graduate student from the University of Alberta, located in Amisquachi-Waskahigan, or Edmonton, Alberta, in so-called Canada. The co-author of this presentation, Dr. Glenn Havinegard, was unable to be here at the conference, but if you're interested at all in environmental education or heritage interpretation, that is a great connection to have. He's really involved in that research, so come find me and I can give you his contact information. So I'm going to be talking all about collaboration today, which I have a feeling a lot of us in the room are experts. So I want to gauge where everyone is at with collaboration. So what I'll have you do is, everyone who's able to, could I please have you stand up? Okay. So what I'll have you do now is to represent the biosphere that you're working closest with or that you're researching in. And I'll have you answer a couple questions just to see where everyone's at with collaborating. So I want you to stay standing if your biosphere has ever collaborated with the organizations within the biosphere. Okay, good. Glad no one sat down for that one. Okay, now stay standing if your biosphere has ever collaborated with other biospheres within the country. Okay, a few sat down. And stay standing if your biosphere has ever collaborated internationally with biospheres across the world. Okay, so you can take a look around you. There's a couple of us still standing there. So thank you so much. You can go ahead and take a seat. So it seems like we all have some experience collaborating, but why exactly is collaborating so important? This was the first question that a professor asked me during my thesis defense. So as I'm sure a lot of you have maybe been there before, when you're giving a thesis defense, there's a room full of experts, your knees are shaking, your voice is shaking, you're sweating, kind of like what I look like right now, you know, you're really nervous. So they asked me, why is collaboration important? What would a biosphere look like without collaboration? And at first I was kind of relieved because at least I knew all the words in that sentence. But after reflecting on it for some time, I really had to think to myself, why was it important? And what would they look like if they weren't about collaboration? From a research standpoint, collaboration is proven to be really important and really beneficial. So there's hundreds of research papers out there that describe why collaboration is important, both within biospheres and in many different sectors. And UNESCO clearly agrees with that, as they outline collaboration as a really important objective in their strategic action plans. So if you look through Madrid and Lima and Seville strategy, all of these outline collaboration as a really important objective. You can find this too through national documents and regional ones within the biosphere as well. They say collaboration is important too. And then my study focused on interagency collaboration. So that first question I asked you about collaborating with organizations within, and then also inter-biosphere collaboration, collaborating with biospheres across Canada. Today I'm going to be focusing on the latter there, that inter-biosphere collaboration. If you do want to know more about the findings from the interagency one, looking at working with those local groups, connect with me later in the conference and I'll talk to you about that. But collaboration is a really big word. It encompasses a lot of things. So I had to try and narrow my focus a little bit. So what I did was use social science theories to do this. The first one that I used was trust theory by Stern and Coleman, where they categorize trust into 4 different types. The first type of trust that they discuss is dispositional trust. So this is trust based on past experiences of the truster. An example of this would be trusting a biosphere that you've worked with in the past. The second one there is rational trust. That grounds itself in the truster's evaluation and prediction of the probable outcome of the action. An example of that could be trusting an employee based on the references that you've got from them. The third one there is affinitive trust. That is based on the relationship of participating actors and their shared feeling of valued and connectedness. An example of that one could be trusting someone based on their character or their charisma. Then the last type of trust is procedural trust. This is trust in the process itself. So when you don't have that individual relationship with someone, sometimes just trusting in the process can be enough. An example of that could be buying something from someone on Kijiji or eBay or some online selling platform. You don't necessarily know them, you probably don't trust them, but you do trust in the reciprocity of the process. You'll give them your money, and they'll give you that used bike. So with this in mind, I set out to explore the dynamics of collaboration across Canada. This lovely map here was borrowed from Dr. Maureen Reed, who is also here at the conference, so if you haven't got a chance to connect with her, I highly suggest you do. But Canada is home to 19 different biosphere regions. So from the emerald valleys of the west coast to the fresh frost of the subarctic to the towering cliffs in the Maritimes, Canada is home to a variety of unique environmental and cultural landscapes. So I wanted to understand what dynamics were at play when collaborating across this vast geography. So what I did was I decided qualitative methods was the best research avenue. I did a literature review, and then I informed my interviews using that. So I completed 16 interviews with 14 biosphere regions across Canada, and then 2 interviews with national management groups. One with CC-UNESCO, the Canadian Commission for UNESCO, and then one with CBRA, the Canadian Biosphere Reserve Association. So all of these interviews took place virtually over Zoom, so luckily everyone was pretty familiar with this because of the pandemic. And I went through those interviews over and over and over and did a thematic analysis. So I was trying to uncover themes that tried to answer that question. What facilitates collaboration? And this is what I found. So some of the key enablers discussed was having enough capacity, having a backbone support agency, awareness and accessibility of opportunities, goal alignment, and trust. So what I'm gonna do is briefly go through each one of these and some participant recommendations that they had. The first one is capacity. This was the most discussed enabler of collaboration. So having enough resources, time, staff, money to be able to participate in collaborative endeavors. And for this one in particular, I actually just want to pause because I am sitting in a room full of experts with all your own knowledge. So I want to kind of open up the floor here and see if anyone wants to share. You can just put your hand up. Any things you've seen either in your own biosphere or in other biospheres to kind of help build capacity, or things that you've seen that can, build up that time, money, resources, staff. Does anyone have any examples that they would like to share? I'll let you think for a minute. Yeah.
We have some kind of funding consultants, so when small NGOs, small stakeholders don't have the money or resources to make a sustainable development project, they can go to these consultants and they help them fund with local foundations or larger foundations in the national level. And that's one of the biggest capacity problems we have in our region, that there's just not enough funding for a sustainable development project.
Right.
Because it's mostly agricultural funding, and the agriculture of Western Germany is not, Northwestern Germany is not really what you would call sustainable.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Wow, so fancy. So in K2C, while K2C was once named the top biosphere reserve in Africa, I think by a subjective observer, but anyway. So we have quite a high reputation, which allows us to get a lot of funding, which allows us to have a good management team, which allows us to apply for more funding. So it's very much a snowball effect, but it has to do with good reputation, a good team, and basically trust of funders in our organization.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, you know what? We can keep this conversation going throughout the conference, as I'm sure it will be. Thank you for sharing. But yeah, so there are a lot of different ways that we can help build capacity for our biosphere regions or reserves. And these are some of the ones that the participants suggested throughout the interviews, some of the more common ones. But it was deemed the most important and most critical factor for collaborating was having enough capacity. So moving on to a backbone support agency. For this study, the backbone support agency was CBRA, the Canadian Biosphere Reserve Association. And the biospheres said that CBRA was very important to upholding this network across the biospheres. And taking advantage of using that network that's already created. So even situations like this, where we're all brought under UNESCO, under MAB, where we're creating this network, to make use of the network that's laid out for us. So like I said, keeping these conversations going. Like we discussed yesterday, setting up that WhatsApp group, being sure that we're staying in touch. Because I know sometimes, and a lot of the participants felt this, that in biosphere regions and in conservation efforts, sometimes it can be kind of lonely. You feel like you're in it by yourself. It's you against the world, you having to keep this biosphere upheld. But remembering that we're all part of this same wonderful initiative and that there's so many amazing individuals all working towards the same goal of that shared sustainable future. Next was awareness of what opportunities exist and accessibility to those opportunities. So keeping a collaborative inventory of what opportunities are out there to be engaged with other biospheres. And then also, in terms of accessibility, sometimes it's focusing on things like capacity, so which biospheres have enough capacity to participate. So this kind of goes back to, there was a conversation yesterday, I think Maureen and Thomas were having this conversation about equity versus equality. So making sure that we're providing equitable opportunities to engage so that we're not just sending out a mass email saying, okay, biospheres, you're all invited to come to Peru for a big meeting. But how are we gonna get those biospheres that just started, the ones that are just getting their feet on the ground, to also show up? How are we gonna make sure they have the capacity, the resources? What are we gonna do to make sure that they also have opportunities, even if they don't have enough capacity to just send someone? So a lot of the participants felt this was important in creating those collaborative opportunities. And next was goal alignment. So luckily, we all fall under UNESCO and we have a lot of the same shared goals in our biospheres. But the more specific that we can get with those goals, the more areas of overlap there are to collaborate. So if we're looking at something like invasive species management, how are we going to get that even more specific? Maybe it could be aquatic invasive species, and then you can start working. It doesn't have to be so specific as the exact same species, because then you're kind of pigeonholing who you can work with. But if you can get a lot of areas of overlap, then there's a lot more areas to collaborate. And the last one here is trust. Participants felt that it was important to have trust with the biospheres that they were working with. And in the interagency conversation, this goes back a little bit to Martin, what you were talking about yesterday about how people didn't trust the biosphere itself. So in the interagency one, that was a huge issue that people were facing, was having trust in the biosphere. But for the interbiosphere relations, they had more of that procedural trust. So going back to this here, they had a lot more trust in the process of collaborating. Because it was across such a big geographic span, they didn't necessarily have individual relationships with each actor, but they did trust in the process of collaborating with these biospheres. So we're also leaning into a little bit of this rational trust, where there's that expected outcome. They expected that there would probably be good things that came if they collaborated. And then also a little bit of the affinitive, where they trusted because they were all part of this same initiative. But for the most part, they talked about procedural trust, just this baseline trust on the process of collaborating together. Now, there were some challenges and limitations that are really important to talk about to interpreting these results. The first one is that this study took place during the COVID-19 pandemic. So collaboration changed a lot during the pandemic, and there could have been different enablers and barriers if it was just kind of normal times during the time of the interviews. Also, the scope of participants, I meant to mention this earlier in the methods, but the average age of participants was 50 years old. There was equal distribution across female and male identifying participants. However, all participants identified as cisgender. And also, 93% of participants were of European or white people. So this is not necessarily uncommon in the conservation sector and biosphere sector in Canada. However, it's really important in kind of holistically identifying the flaws of the system and who is able to step into those positions and who feels welcome in those positions in Canada. So why aren't we seeing more kind of Indigenous leaders step up? Why aren't we seeing more of a multicultural span in Canada for these positions? So there could have been a lot more barriers for inclusivity and accessibility if these perspectives were shown in the study. Next is capacity. This study was completely voluntary, the interviews, so there was no compensation offered. So any people that did participate likely had the capacity to do so. Ones who didn't have the capacity probably weren't participating in the study. And similarly, there were language barriers. This interview was only offered in English, and there's a lot of French speakers in Canada, a lot of Indigenous languages or languages from across the globe. So again, those participants would have faced language barriers also in collaboration in general. Nonetheless, oh, go back one. There are some important applications as well. So even given these challenges, you can also take some of these findings and apply them to different sectors within biospheres. The interagency collaboration that I focused on was in environmental education, but you can also take that to compliance sectors, communication sectors, conservation sectors, because having goal alignment, having trust, awareness, accessibility, all of these things are important in collaboration endeavors in general. Also, these findings can add to the global biosphere understanding of collaboration. Since I did a study kind of on local collaboration and on national collaboration, this sets the stage for looking at international collaboration and what dynamics are at play there. And then lastly, it can have direct implications for natural resource management, since it's looking at how different stakeholders and different biospheres collaborate and what kind of challenges and, I guess, enablers they face in those endeavors. Now, back to that story I told. I know you're all wondering, how did you answer that question that your professor asked you? So there I am again, shaking, sweating, looking like I am right now. And I looked back and I said, you know, I don't think biospheres would exist without collaboration. And it was quotes like these that were running through my head as I said that, because participants shared this feeling too. You know, from our perspective, collaboration has really always been our identity. Why are you a biosphere if you're not going to be working with other biospheres? That's the whole point of being under UNESCO. You know, these participants recognize that this community and this collaboration is truly at the heart of what being a biosphere is, and that we're not in it alone. So a lot of the time, the answer to those questions, what facilitates collaboration, you probably already know within your own context. So reflecting on past successes and failures, and humbling yourself by sharing this with others in your network as well, can be a really important way to uncovering methods of collaboration that work and methods of collaboration that don't really work. So thank you all so much for your attention today, and be sure to stay in touch if you have any more kind of thoughts or questions, but I'll open it up for questions now.
I thought this was good. Thank you very much, Julie. It was a wonderful presentation. You never seemed nervous. Yeah? Do you agree? Still nervous? I think it's, the collaboration is very important issue with Biosphere Reserve activities, because if you see the status of the World Network Biosphere Reserve, which is the grounded basic rules, kind of rules of setting of the UNESCO's MAP program. So if you if one site is designated as a biosphere reserve, it is states like it becomes a member of the World Network Biosphere Reserve. So networking with collaboration is the key and then heart of the MAP program, I think. So it's very interesting subject. So now it's time for question and answers and comments. Any comments? Who has comments or questions? You are the first. Okay.
Yes, the mic again. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Julie, that was an amazing presentation. Thank you so much. I'm curious as to whether there are other examples of this kind of study in other regions or other countries. Obviously, it's very interesting from a Canadian perspective, but I'd love to know if there's a Southern Hemisphere perspective or Southern Hemisphere study on the same kind of thing, if you're aware of any.
So to my knowledge, I am not aware of any. There was one similar one, or kind of in the same context, that Maureen Reid actually did again in Canada, where it was looking at kind of biosphere, the mechanisms of collaboration behind that. But a lot of the studies that I ran into weren't focusing on the key enablers and barriers of collaborating, but would just kind of discuss there was this summit held in this region and X amount of participants came, but didn't actually explore the dynamics. So not that I came across.
Yeah, thank you for this inspiring presentation. Did you find any examples for like the Biosphere Reserve use this global network or this collaboration for global learning, for upscaling of local initiatives, the collaboration?
So just to repeat the question to make sure I have it right, you're asking if there was local initiatives to increase collaboration within the biosphere that I was studying?
Yeah, was the collaboration used to upscale local initiatives, and to learn from different biosphere reserves?
Yeah, so especially I looked at the Beaver Hills Biosphere, which was in Alberta in Canada, and they're especially focused on getting kind of local initiatives up off the ground, so beyond kind of biosphere collaboration, but looking at those grassroots organizations and seeing how you can uplift them and get them into the picture as well. That's kind of honestly the main focus. They're a lot more focused on that kind of collaboration versus collaborating with other biospheres a lot of the time. They're more kind of putting that internal effort, especially because capacity is such a huge issue for biospheres in Canada and probably across the globe as well. Everyone's running into those issues. So a lot of the time they're focusing on their own context. How can they leverage community there rather than going elsewhere?
Does anybody have comments or questions to Julie? So the presenter was excellent. Do you have any questions? Is all clear? Oh yeah, please, Anita. Mike.
I can also just speak out.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah. I don't know if this was asked before exactly the same, but I was wondering, because you were talking about how the COVID pandemic also affected your results, and I was wondering if you looked into a little bit about how collaboration had changed during the pandemic, because I know that a lot of things moved online for a lot of BRs, and if you kind of found anything about how that affected their work.
Yeah, I did. So they discussed a lot the COVID-19 pandemic, and the majority of participants, they would have kind of an offhanded comment being like, oh yeah, COVID. But then they talked about how actually beneficial this was for collaboration, especially since we're dealing with such vast geographic distances, that everyone started to get used to Zoom, everyone started to communicate better over the phone, that it actually increased collaboration a lot for them. And same with everyone was faced with these common problems and common barriers. So, like, how are we going to promote environmental education efforts when it's COVID? Is your biosphere going to be you know, still having public access to things. So it encouraged more conversations and more communal problem solving. So they actually kind of spun it in a really positive way, what the pandemic had done for collaboration for them. And I was trying to look for studies throughout this too, but since it was pretty fresh, and there was a couple that were coming up on the increase in virtual communications and people's comfortability with using Zoom, especially across different age spans as well.
Yeah, thank you very much for nice presentation. I have one question concerning, did you take into account the institutional arrangements of biosphere reserves during your study? I mean, some biosphere reserves in Central Asia, for instance, it's a state-owned, but in other biosphere reserves is a public-owned or private, maybe not private-owned, but it's a public-owned. Did you take into account such kind of institutional arrangements? What kind of impact of, for instance, if it's state-owned for Central Asian countries or Asian countries, it could be some difficulties because they need to pass one more line and they need to get permission for collaboration, something like that. Did you take this into account, such kind of activities?
Yeah, so there are some, bureaucratic kind of barriers sometimes to collaborating, a lot of forms to go through, a lot of that kind of efforts. In Canada, it's they're more kind of set up in the non-for-profit sector, so they have a little bit more freedom. But there is also, like, one of the newest ones is just ran off of like this endowment and grant money, so they have a lot of capacity already, are already kind of ahead of the game going into the Biosphere Reserve kind of field. But I asked them about the structure in the interviews, and I did research on the structure of the biospheres, but I didn't actually do any analysis specifically based on that. So I didn't look at the structures and then kind of organize and do thematic analysis based on that. But that would be really interesting to see how that plays too.
I think, as you mentioned, the Canadian Biosphere Reserves, one of a unique model, which are organized on the basis of non-profit organizations, and many other countries, Biosphere Reserves are operated and managed by the initiative of governments or public sector. So, but I think the collaboration between Biosphere Reserve, in any case, is the essential for the map coming activities, biosphere reserves management. So, anyway, her research will be contributing to the how to improve the collaboration among the biosphere reserve. Thank you. Thank you very much, Julie. Okay. Next speaker is Felix Przesdzink. Is it correct? More or less. please, let us listen to you.
Yeah, well, it's called Przesdzink, but it's actually from Poland, so even here in Germany, no one can speak out my name, so I'm fine with that. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity of being here, because I'm actually not doing science in a biosphere reserve, but yeah, I would declare it science for biosphere reserves, at least potentially. I think it can be applied in biosphere reserves, so I'm going to present my research today here. And I think it fits quite well with the project before, because you talked about cooperation between biosphere reserves and kind of left out the cooperation within because of time. And now I'm going to talk about cooperation within biosphere reserve. Cooperation of stakeholders. And maybe we can play the same game we also did in the last presentation. So everyone who works together with management of a biosphere reserve may stand up. Okay, and now everyone who encountered land use conflicts or stakeholder conflicts during the conduction of biosphere reserve management may sit down. Okay. Okay, so I don't really have to give further examples of conflicts or problems with stakeholders, so I think it's a common problem. that it's difficult to manage a biosphere reserve because we have so many different stakeholders connected with it. Nature conservation, agriculture, forestry, fishery, whatever, there are always different interests. And yeah, to the background of my story, I think it's common sense that stakeholder engagement is essential for the management of a biosphere reserve and also for nature conservation in general, because we have to align these different interests and people somehow sustainable so that all of them can work well together, even if these are quite different interests we can see there. And also, I think what we heard quite frequently yesterday were that transdisciplinary approaches are important. So we have to connect academic knowledge, practical knowledge, or even indigenous knowledge in some region, and somehow, I'd say, governmental bureaucratic knowledge, because we have many different bureaucratic systems where biosphere reserves are implemented. And yeah, as we also heard yesterday in the last presentation, the integration of indigenous knowledge is not always the case even within UNESCO itself. So also that is some place where there can be things done. Resolution of stakeholder conflicts, sure, conflicts of interests, so on the political, rational level, but also sometimes ideological conflicts that people are just not having the same attitudes towards nature or towards the sense behind a reserve, and this can also lead to conflicts even if there are no political disparities. So yeah, I'd say this is common sense in theory, and it's common sense that this should be tackled somehow, but widely there are not really measures implemented in practice that lead to the integration of these different stakeholders. And what I try to do in my research is to develop some kind of tool to analyze and optimize the cooperation of such stakeholders, which is not so easy because I think you can't just create some general way or general recommendations. These stakeholders should be integrated in this way, and just apply it to all biosphere reserves, like the one way to go for all in UNESCO. But what I think is possible is to go there in some systematic way. So systematically gather data from your reserve or national park or region. I don't think this is restricted to biosphere reserves, but gather data from the stakeholders you have and then apply this data to try to connect them. So what I do in the Osnabrück region is first assess the current status of stakeholder networking. So I do social network analysis and look who is cooperating with who is in conflict with whom, and who doesn't even know that the other ones exist. And then I can create a network map, basically. I'm not going into detail of this because it looks quite messy, and it is quite messy, but if you're used to social network analysis, you can read some things out of that. But I also combine it with an assessment of the stakeholders' opinions about the efficiency of their current network, because I want to do a transdisciplinary approach and not just do the scientific analysis from the ivory tower and then says, okay, I analyzed your network, this is the way you should go. I also want to take into account their views, because you can't just connect anybody with anybody. Networking takes lots of time and this won't work. And you have to take into account the worth it has for the stakeholders. So when there are stakeholders that work on completely different topics, then you don't have to connect them just to connect them. It has to make sense for them also, so that's why it's important to assess their opinions, which I do via interview studies. And then the core of what I'm trying to do is to create some kind of stakeholder database for my region. So I map their interests on regional development, on development of specific projects whatsoever. I map the resources, so which resources do the stakeholders have access to, and which resources do they need? So do they lack resources they need to make their project better? And if I have a map of these resources, I can, for example, see, okay, I have two stakeholders, both have resources the other one needs, and in this case, a cooperation would be beneficial for both sides. So there would not only a positive outcome for the region, but also for the stakeholders themselves, which is important to get them into the project. What's also quite interesting is to look at organizational culture. So we're going into some kind of organizational and environmental psychology views here. Organizational culture means that organizations work differently internal. So not from the goals they go to, but from the way they work. So some organizations go to nature conservation focused on results. Some are focused on innovation. Some are focused on internal capacity building and nice teamwork. And some are focused on rules, on bureaucracy. And there are many other aspects of organizational culture that make the way how your organization works specific. And this can also be important for cooperation. If you have organizations that work totally differently, they may not cooperate well, even if they have the same goals, because they have different ways to reach these goals. And it can be important to communicate how you want to reach the goal in order to align the organizations. What's also interesting is the environmental worldview. So, yeah, why are the institutions engaged in sustainable development? Are they tree huggers, you could say? So is there much ideology behind what they do and they want to protect every life on Earth? Or are they quite rational and say, okay, we need these resources in a region, we need to manage them in a sustainable way, but if I'm a hunter, I don't want to cuddle my pig, I want to kill and eat it. And this can lead to ideological conflicts between both sides, of course. So I'm going to map all this data, and then in the next step, I try to work together with the local communities, communicators, which in my case are just 2 regional managers for about 200 stakeholder organization, because we don't have a fancy biosphere reserve in our region. But I try to give some recommendations for them. Very short, the key results I have in my region are that we have discrepancies in information exchange between the academics and practitioners. So yeah, the ivory tower of science somehow. And also between practitioners and authorities. Another messy network map I did. Here, many practitioners complained that the authorities in Germany just work in a very schematic way, so one way to go, anytime, and they don't include the local knowledge the NGOs have that work in the area for 60 years, 80 years. They just don't care about it because they have their paperwork and that's all. I think this is something that's quite worse in other regions of the world, but also in Germany we have this problem. Of course, an abundance of land use conflicts. We have very intensive agriculture in our region, and this leads to many conflicts with conservation. Cooperation between land use actors and conservationists is nearly non-existent because we don't have an overarching goal or project that brings the people together. So that's a quite messy situation. Some results which I think are more generalizable to other cases is first, what I experienced was that NGOs are not affine to online solution, at least the nature conservation NGOs we have here in Germany, because they are also dominated by quite old people. Yeah, old white men, basically. If you go to Fridays for Future or Greenpeace, for example, there are more younger people, but they're mostly interested in politics and not in actual nature conservation in the reserve. So yeah, also during Corona pandemic, it was difficult to reach these people. And one solution I had in mind quite early, some kind of online platform where these people can work together, didn't really work out. So it's more about personal communication. General network workshops are considered a waste of time by many stakeholders in my sample because they say, well, when I go somewhere, because everyone should connect, I don't really get anything out of it because some people are more communicative than others, and it's basically something about luck also that you get someone that is of use for you. And also in general, the stakeholders lack time for networking because they're so intensively engaged in their own projects that they have some kind of tunnel view that I even see sometimes in myself, that I am so engaged in my own research that I don't see, okay, which other people are in my region that I could connect with to make what I do better. And
So interventions must be as time effective as possible, I see, so that the stakeholders are not disturbed too heavily in what they do in their ordinary work. So what I propose in our project is to somehow outsource the task of network building. So I want to use the stakeholder database to propose which stakeholders should work together and how this can be communicated because of these different organizational cultures and whatsoever, that they maybe will work together. So giving out networking recommendations and supporting the stakeholders in conflict resolutions. So I want to work with the single stakeholders. I want to see, okay, there has to be a project about neophyte management, which stakeholders are in the network that are of relevance for this, how are they connected now, what are their interests, how do they work, and how is it manageable that these will cooperate. Challenges I'm facing are, of course, persuading the stakeholders to work with the project because they don't have much time. And even if it can be a long time positive outcome for them because they also get network recommendations for their own project, which is, of course, good for them, it's a short-term invest. They have to do interviews with me, they have to do questionnaires with me, and this is annoying and costs time. And also privacy issues. I mean, in this database, we have data on their conflicts, we have data on problems they face, and if we would just hand this over to another stakeholder, this can lead to many more conflicts, so there has to be trust between us who have the database and the stakeholders. And that can be quite difficult. I don't know how heavily you are into German history, but I often get compared with Stasi, which was a governmental organization in the DDR, so East Germany, which had basically data on all the people living there, and if you made problems for the state, they used this data to make problems for you. That's of course not what we want here, but we have to communicate this somehow. Yeah. And funding and bureaucracy, I think a problem that many of the people in this room may face during projects. Funding for long-term projects is difficult, I think. In our case, you often have 3-year projects, 5-year projects, and the foundations always want something new, something innovative. But if you say, okay, well, I have this approach and I want to just continue with the things I've done, then it's not so easy to get funding. Also, many funding guidelines I approached for this project were quite conservative. So if you want to plant trees or if you want to do an actual environmental education intervention with children, it's quite easy to get money because they can put it on their website. You can make a photo of the trees and say, well, there's environmental conservation. But if you work kind of behind the scenes like I'm trying to do and make existing projects that are funded by other agencies more efficient, it's much more difficult to communicate what you've done, and it's also difficult to evaluate actually what has come out of this. Sure, you can make interviews with the stakeholders afterwards, but it's just not so easy to say, well, that is the result out of that. Also, we had some difficulties with local institutions, including our own university, because this development I can do as a scientific project, that's no problem, but if I want to do some kind of sustainable management, it's not institutionalized in our context, so we don't have the Biosphere Reserve. I can't just say, okay, we implement it in the reserve. Either we do it in the governmental institutions we have in our regions, which are stakeholders themselves, which with our own interests themselves, which are not trusted by all other stakeholders. This is difficult. Or we do our own organization, so make an NGO or some kind of consultancy startup which has to face its own bureaucratic challenges. So this is the biggest problem actually we have at the moment. So I summarize it in that way. We try to think out the box somehow and out of this institutionalized contexts to create something new, but in a very bureaucratic state like Germany, this is not always easy because you have very fixed structures and you have to fit into these structures somehow. So basically, these are the biggest problems in the project. Yeah, and getting stakeholders to actually change their behavior. I mean, I can talk a lot about giving recommendations, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the people are really doing that. So it's also about the people that doing these recommendations and working with the stakeholders are good communicators, which is a soft skill you can't really systematically bring to them. Benefits we faced were that existing networks were there, at least small networks of stakeholders. I think optimal would be a situation where formalized networks are already existent, like in a biosphere reserve, like in a national park, at least hopefully. So I think implementing a database structure like this would be more easy in such an existing network as it is in basically the plain landscape like we did it. The communication of project result can be a double benefit, so you can communicate it as benefit for the region because regional conservation gets more efficient when the stakeholders work together, but you can also communicate it as a benefit for the individual stakeholders if they can also call you and you give them recommendations for their own project. So the motivation to participate is increased. As an outlook, I'd say the stakeholder database should be completed this summer, and then we're going in a one-year testing phase where we work with the stakeholders and we try to give these recommendations to them. And then after 1 year, we do an interview study and evaluation and see if it actually helped or it did not. So what I present here is not something we've already completed. It's more like a work in progress thing, but I think that it will work out. And then further development will follow. So I think about some kind of training program to make the communicators stakeholder managers. So to have people that have these communicative skills, but also are able to do social network analysis, do stakeholder analysis, and then can give recommendations to the stakeholders. And I still think that an online platform, at least in our region, can be helpful to engage the local public in the style that the stakeholders have microsites on this platform where they can present themselves and present the projects they do. And then if I am local ordinary person, I can look at this and see, okay, where can I engage myself? But I think this is something that maybe many biosphere reserves have anyway, so it's maybe not so relevant for you here, but it's relevant for my region where we don't have this overarching concept. Yeah, as I said in the beginning, I think the concept is transferable to other regions. For example, biosphere reserves, for example, national parks, where you need this stakeholder cooperation. And I also think it's transferable to other contexts. So, for example, climate protection or sustainable urban planning, where you also need these difficult kind of actors to cooperate with each other. So, all in all, I'd say biosphere reserves are developed to engage stakeholders to do sustainable development. I'd also say stakeholder management can be an important tool to include the stakeholders in this planning, to reduce land use conflicts, and to make the collaboration of the stakeholders more efficient. So I'd say concepts like this one, so stakeholder databases that are systematically developed, should be considered when creating a new reserve so that you can bring the stakeholders together before you form this institution. And when you start it, then there is already some kind of overarching goal and some motivation to cooperate with each other. And it can also be useful when the stakeholder engagement fails in reserves that are already existing, which I heard at least out of some of the presentations yesterday. So when you have an evaluation and the participatory aspect is not sufficiently attached, then you maybe think about doing some systematic stakeholder assessment or something like that. Yeah, thanks for the attention. And as I was introduced yesterday, I'm looking for applications of this method. So if someone is interested in doing stakeholder research in your biosphere reserve, feel happy to contact me. I would like to have more applications than just in the Osnabrück region. Thanks.
Thank you, Felix. Listening to the challenges Felix has come across from his research, I think that our Group C is the subject is sustainable society economies is more about social science research. So comparing with other groups, subjects, I think this group would have experienced similarly, the similar challenges while doing the social science researches, like the other natural science, research, which is about, easier to get funding and understanding or support. So do you have any ideas about this presentation? Okay, please.
Thank you very much. Excellent work. Just one question for the future application in, for example, Biosphere Reserve. How time-consuming is it to actually create the database, the regional database, if you want to really apply it in Biosphere Reserve or National Park, anywhere else? So how much time do the managers need to actually create and then apply?
Thanks. I hope when we finish this, about 2 to 3 hours per stakeholders maximum. So it was quite a time to develop the questionnaires, develop the interview guidelines, and so on. But I hope that when we finish, this always be standardized. We use online questionnaires on a tablet, which are automatically analyzed afterwards. So I only make one appointment with each stakeholder, go there with an interview guideline, make the interview, have a tablet with me, hand it to him. If he has questions on the questionnaire, I can directly interact with him. And then he finishes the online questionnaire, the tablet sends the data to my database, and I go back home. So data acquisition, 2 hours, 3 hours, also depends on how large the Biosphere Reserve is, because you have to drive to the people, of course, which is quite fast in Germany because we have very heavily infrastructure with motorways and so on. But yeah, I'd say that's the time you need, and then you have to have some person into office to give these recommendations, and that's it.
Thank you for your presentation. I wonder if there is the core actor between the stakeholder, because when we do the social network analysis, we can check the strong tie or weak tie between the stakeholder. So if we can check the strong tie and we can know who is the key actors in the stakeholders.
Yeah, that's possible. So I also have done a multi-level network analysis, so I didn't just look at interaction or no interaction. I had different levels of interaction, so knowing each other, exchanging information with each other, and cooperating in at least one project in the last 3 years. And then I had some central actors, which were authorities, because somehow you have to cooperate with the authorities if you want to make a project. But then the qualitative data from the interviews showed that many of the stakeholders say, well, we cooperate with the authorities, but it's more that they give us a sign and that's all. So the real core of our network were the big NGOs in our area, because they were the ones who make happy evenings with the other ones and connect with each other, and then they initiate the project, the NGOs. And the authorities are just basically sitting at their desk, signing or not signing what they get, that's it. But the NGOs are the ones who do the real work here. And yeah, I'd say if you do analysis in another region, you should also do it multi-layered, because you get a better view into what's there. Do we have a second? Yeah.
Thank you very much. I just want to get it right. As I understood, your basic hypothesis would be if people would know that they are connected to each other better and see each other, the interconnectionness, then the decisions would become better? Is it why you're doing that? You want that people collaborate better?
Yeah.
And And you think when they all have a vision of who's interacting with whom and who's out there, the decisions would become more sustainable.
Not necessarily.
Yes.
So basically I have it two ways. So the one way is the stakeholder level, where I say, okay, the stakeholders can come to this network consultant, whatever you want to call it, with their projects, and we can recommend other stakeholders to them. So it's basically main benefit for them. But since they are working in environmental protection projects in the region, a benefit for their project can also be a benefit for the region. The other thing is recommendations for the network managers. So I think in a biosphere reserve, it would be the biosphere reserve management. I don't know exactly how the organization of such a reserve works, but if the management wants to create a new project, then the stakeholder analysis shows which stakeholders will be influenced by this project and which stakeholders have an interest in the success or the fail of the project. And if you know that, it's easier to organize the project in an efficient way that the interests of the stakeholders are included. I mean, of course, that's still very factual. The persons who do that need the communicative skills to connect with the stakeholders. And we also talk about things like trust, which are not just there if you give them data. That's clear.
And I see that also can be a big problem as well. I mean, you can stabilize power asymmetries if you have that, and you have to be very careful about that, because stakeholder analysis can really stabilize prejudice we have, stereotypes of people. You know, when they do one project in a bad way once, then they are stamped and then in your network somehow, and it will stay there forever. So there is a big fear as well of doing it as a method, you know, yes.
Because the stakeholders fear to give their data to the others.
Yes, and I really fear the stereotyping. This is my main, you know, when I teach stakeholder analysis, I always say it's just, you know, a tool which has to be used all the time. It's a communication tool. So if you once have a, you know, thinking that this person is against it, against the project or whatever, you know, you showed us in the beginning the conflicting, then it's so hard if once written down that they change. And that really can hinder good communication.
I think an important aspect I also forgot to mention is that we're not handing this data to the stakeholders. So it's not public in the way that they can access a public database where they see, okay, what are the interests of the other ones? And then they themselves stamp there in that way. It's more the case that we have this internal database and we approach the stakeholders in the way, hey, you told us you have problems in this specific project, and we have in the region people who have resources you need, who may work a bit differently than you do, but we think if we sit together and communicate the way in which they work and the way in which you work, then it could be beneficial for both sides. But
so
we don't just print them out.
You're a very important stakeholder then. Then you have all the power of having the information, isn't it?
Yeah, basically this kind of consultancy would be central in the network, which can also lead to problems because people think, well, they have all the power and they have the data somewhere stored in their backyard. And then they feel undermined.
Yeah, you know, I don't want to pick on it, but I see also in the beginning that you have to be very careful in communicating, in be transparent, really, what is happening with what. Otherwise, it all can go against you. You know, there's a good intention you have in the beginning, and suddenly it can turn because it can be misused. So that was my point I want to make. Thank you.
Yeah, we don't want to become the Stasi, the critic we had, yeah.
They had a good intention probably as well.
Maybe, yeah.
I have two questions. First question is about, thank you, sorry. First question is, thank you very much for presentation. So the first question is about, did you make any analysis of maybe like a stakeholder engagement plan or preparation, such kind of documents, maybe, or stakeholder matrix? Who has maybe what kind of interest for stakeholder communication, and who has what kind of influence for optimizing stakeholder communication? Did you have such kind of analysis or stakeholder segmentation, I can say?
So interest-influence matrix,
yes,
you mean?
Yes.
No, actually we didn't do that at the moment, because we didn't do the database for a specific project. Okay. I think this matrix is more useful if you have a specific project where the stakeholders have the interest in or the influence on. So the first application we're going to use this thing on is management of invasive plant species in our region, because that's a problem that the regional management faces, and there we will do such a matrix for this specific project. Yeah, but I don't know if it would make sense in the regional context where we just store the data for applications to come.
Okay, yeah, it's only one question because the second one is related to this one.
Yeah, thank you. So time's up. So we have to now close the discussion on the Felix presentation. Thank you very much, Felix. Is Nils Unthan. Give her a big applause. Give him applause.
Hopefully this works now again. Yeah. Thank you. I tried to get it right with three different tools in my hand. So because I actually have some notes on my presentation, and I thought I have the presentation mode available, but somehow. Okay, so what I want to present is insights into our research project, CRAFT, Creative Approaches for Socio-Ecological Transitions. And I want to give a brief story of creative and experimental approaches and how those maybe emerge as social innovations in rural-peripheral biosphere reserves. So, okay, I think this is now. Take some time. Okay. Okay, perfect. So, at first I want to set the frame, very short theoretic frame. So we can say the developments of our modernity are based on the social relations of nature and are characterized by decoupling and, and above all, alienation of society from fundamental metabolisms of natural processes. And we understand this as a reinforcement of externalization of negative consequences to deliberately unnamed places like a periphery. So, and this is constantly reproduced by the imperial way of life. We yesterday already talked quite much about this. This is here. So, and this decoupling and alienation leads to unknown but linked problems. And Horst Rittel and Melvin Weber therefore spoke already in the 70s from wicked problems. Wicked problems are characterized by, they are uncertain, complex, and normative. So they are spatial and temporary linked. They are multidimensional. We have uncertain knowledge and different interpretations how they emerged and how to solve them. We have uncertain knowledge on path dependencies and on lock-ins. So, and current accepted guidelines, as mentioned on the site before, stabilized current social practices. And occurring crises are manifestations of unsustainable systems. And this can only be solved by change. So we can say a business as usual is no alternative. So we need profound societal changes, first to adapt to changing conditions, and second, laying the foundations for a good life for all. And besides technical innovations, we need societal changes, and this requires the renewal processes in socio-cultural, socio-economic, and also political spheres. In this sense, social innovations are increasingly being discussed as a solution to a variety of challenges where current practices are perceived as inadequate or ineffective, to quote Elsen and Lorenz from 2014. So, but with that, we add an experimental component to the debate on sustainable development, as this high complexity of problems also increases uncertainty. There's no blueprint to follow, to refer to the wicked problems. And we need new forms of knowledge production. Yeah, so like for us, keywords are transdisciplinary, but post-normal science as well. And like how this transition may, then how this works, you know, maybe you all maybe know that from Van Geels and Raven, 2006 developed, transition theory, and we try to somehow, contribute to the call that this needs more spatial, that it needs to be focused on a spatial level. So, with that, we try to look at the spatial level on that niche scale. And I really want to briefly just show the slide and then go on. So I don't know, we can maybe discuss later on that what a regime is, the current ongoing discourse, and like what we have, the hegemonial structures, and the niche is impacting on it maybe and leads to a future regime hopefully. And I want to, in that sense, we can also understand the map and the biosphere reserves as global niches embedded into a global network. So we can summarize niches are possibility spaces that question everyday practices, those regimes, and they try new and maybe innovative things. Like niche isn't a container, it's more a continuum of acting players, of actors, and the relational spaces, this is the network, creates more than a singular place phenomenon. So now actually to our research project itself, so maybe one short brief on our background. Research in, for, and with Biosphere Reserve has become a tradition on my institute since 2005, with establishing the first research project funded by the Austrian Academy for Sciences. And in REPA we investigated on a regional economic analysis, and in the Biosphere Reserve Großes Walsertal in Vorarlberg. And then so REPA and REPA Next focused on a perspective of strong boundaries, and we found out that it's important to take into account the permeability of boundaries through actor networks and actor mobilities. And then we therefore designed ENESUS, this one, which started in 2017, and there we investigated the role of experimental initiatives and their networks for sustainability transitions in 4 peri-urban biosphere reserves. So it was a shift from rural to urban or peri-urban biosphere reserves, and from strong boundary to a permeable boundary. And what we found out in ENESUS was that we saw that, okay, we need some, we found that boundaries of BR become even more or less relevant, and that actors and that BR may act as a platform for networks and movements. So we asked then, what are the differences in rural areas maybe, and are those innovative experiences, how they emerge? So we need a deeper knowledge on actors. So we wanted an actor-oriented focus, because we there had the focus on networks, and now an actor-oriented focus. So, and therefore we designed CRAFT, which is our current project where I'm presenting the insights. So it was funded by the Austrian Academy of Science and co-funded by the Swiss Academy of Natural Science. And it is designed as a cross-border and transdisciplinary project. So we work together the University of Innsbruck with the Zurich University for Applied Science, the Biosphere Reserve Großes Walsertal in Vorarlberg, and the Biosphere Reserve Engadina Valmüstei, which is located in the eastern, very eastern part of Swiss. And the overall questions we ask is, how do biosphere reserves promote creative approaches, like initiatives, grassroots movements, and so on, that in best case go hand in hand with social innovations. And our three aims were deepening the understanding of creativity and the understanding of creative initiatives for socio-ecological transitions. Why am I talking from socio-ecological transitions? I'll come to that in a minute, and not from a socio-ecological transformation. And within and in spatial proximity to rural-peripheral biosphere reserves. So, and we want to create a new in-depth understanding of the role and function of biosphere reserves as a platform, as a regional platform for creative approaches for those transitions. And at least we try to derive enabling mechanisms that foster those approaches. And now I come to my actual normative frame. Unfortunately, it's in German, but sorry, I can hopefully translate it adequate. So maybe first, so how do we define those creative approaches? It's a very wide definition. At first, creativity is a driving force for an experimental mindset. I think this is clear. And creative approaches are experimental activities with an unknown outcome and an acceptance of risk and uncertainties. And how did we investigate this? So we started by exploring the fields through expert interviews to get insights into the region, and then detected creative initiatives, creative approaches, and with those actors we did narrative biographical interviews and the participatory mapping, where we used fuzzy cognitive mappings. So we wanted to gain a very depth understanding of those creative actors, what role play biographical aspects and financial aspects and so on. So we could derive enabling as well as hindering factors, and we understand those as building blocks for creativity, and they decide on the emerge or the disappearance of the appearance or disappearance of creative approaches. And out of a creative approach it may emerge a social innovation, and this leads to the building of new societal practices, and those all are building blocks from socio-ecological transformation. So we need every single transition, every single actor for a greater transformation. This is our understanding. So let's come to what are social innovations for us. They are, and for literature. They are induced by creative and experimental approaches, yeah, for sure, and they implement novel action practices. So they develop new pathways for aims, especially new forms of organization and lifestyles. And what is very important, they are space and time dependent. So they maybe produce new meanings, and what is important to the space-time dependency is that they can be somewhere very, very mainstream, but somewhere else are very innovative. Yeah, so this really matters, and we also have to say that it doesn't have to be always a new thing. The redetection of old traditions, etc., can be very innovative. It's about the developing of coping with challenges. So yeah, where did we do that? We did that in, as I already said, in the Switzerland and in Austria, and it's very rural peripheral actually. So the Engadina Valmüstei in the eastern part of Switzerland is located in the canton Graubünden, and you maybe know it as Unterengadin. It's the Hochdeutsche term for it. So here we have, this is the biggest agglomeration actually, with 4,500 inhabitants, and the whole area is populated by 6,000 inhabitants. And then we have the Große Walsertal, which is in the most western part of Austria, and there we have only 3,500 inhabitants. So You could say, okay, there will be nothing innovative, but this is something we wanted to investigate, and you can see here the very nice biosphere house from the Biosphere Park. Very, very nice to see. Very good example of how maybe a platform can then manifestate. And now I want to present some key results and findings. So what we find out in that in-depth analysis, it's a very wide actor field. Those actors have common that they are highly normative, yeah? So they develop concrete steps matching for coping with global challenges, but they do not necessarily formulate aims for it. So it's more a normative framework they both have. They are very rooted, so they develop it out of a regional effectiveness, and this then leads to the regional contributions on socio-ecological transformation processes. And as I already said to the social innovations before, it also matters here, the context matters. Activities focus on local disparities and their personal identification with those disparities. Yeah, and I want to quote an interviewee we interviewed. Like she said, "Yeah, creating a concept simply to live further on here. Of course, for sure, it had to be something ecological. That wasn't a question. That is our ideology, and this is how they stage. They don't stage with that aim to develop like transitions for socio-ecological transformation or to like big aims of sustainability. It's more the normative framework they have, and in that they develop their approaches. Okay. Okay. So let me summarize a bit, like the approaches unfold their potential between their everyday activities and concisely set impulses. And what we maybe like a graphic summary is this: they stage maybe in a symbiotic way where they try to interact with common institutions like the Biosphere Reserve. Sometimes they're also confrontational opening initiatives or interstitials. That means they want to do something parallel. They want to stage as a niche and don't want to be somehow institutionalized. And so they are, as I already said before, they are multi-strategic, they occur multi-sectoral and even multi-local. So we often have the actors we found are located in that rural-peripheral biosphere reserve, but they are also rooted in an urban context. So they bring the ideas into that region from somewhere else. Yeah. And so we can conclude social practices implicitly unfold as innovations through the practice-orientated reproduction of local space. Yeah. And also I want to quote here an interviewee that frames this. She said, or he said, let's do something, we can come up with a concept together, try something new. Above all, let's try not to do something with tourism. Tourism is always a bit dangerous for the region. So this means they are highly normative. That underlines that, does it? Okay, I want to skip that. So the summarized key results I want to present. So the creative work is oriented towards values and norms. The realization of personal goals is connected with a perceived normative appearance. And this ranges from rather vague ideas, such as the advocacy of sufficiency strategies, up to very concrete intentions of changes as a reaction to perceived local problems. They address local to regionally perceptible socio-ecological grievances. And they are important producers of post-rural spaces. This is the spatiality of social innovations. So they don't see any functional separations or draw any functional separations between different regions like urban or rural or city or countryside. So they appear multi or translocally. They one of them really said, we wander between the worlds. And this stimulates creativity and invigorate new social ideas and ways of life in both rural and urban areas. So it's also possible in the other direction. And new social ideas and ways of life, both in rural and peripheral mountain regions, but also in urban agglomerations, are developed and designed. So, and social innovations, if they arise, that depends on the context and region, as I already said, and maybe short on the benefits and challenges. So, yeah, open is the question, what role does the biosphere reserves play? And so we see them as a platform, but we wanted to research within and with the biosphere reserve management because they are interested how those niche activities occur. And so with that, we had the benefit that we have very open-minded research partners were open for this creative approach of our design scheme and to investigate that. And also with the creative actors. So yeah, they are creative actors, so they are mostly open-minded partners for the interviews and those mapping things. And yeah, the UNESCO BR's guideline to support research, of course, was a benefit for us. So a challenge was how to define creative approaches without limiting it to single areas. Of course, the methodological challenges like COVID-19. The fuzzy cognitive mapping did not work as we expected. And the transdisciplinary cross-border workshops we designed actually were a bit difficult due to COVID-19. We did that virtual, which was somehow better than nothing, but very difficult. I wrote this over-researched here because the Große Walsertal, we have a science cooperation with our university, and this is like we didn't detect anything really new there, but somehow we did also have good support. In the Engadiner Walmstall, it was quite the different, very, very interesting. And yeah, also what challenge for us was the transdisciplinary dialogue. So the expected outcome for the BR management and what we wanted to do. And yeah, how about the responsible roles? Yeah. So a heterogeneous actorscape, and I want to make a question which occurred in the interviews about the role and the importance of biosphere reserves. Of course, we think they are very important, but somehow the creative approaches were not aware of this at all, actually. Yeah. Okay, and then I want to close with this outlook and conclusion because time is over, and so thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So it was great presentation on the creative approaches. And Biosphere Reserves has related to global and national, local levels, and then within the global network. So I think the creative approaches and experience can transfer between them from global to local, from local to global. So I think this approach can be further improved and researched. Okay, thank you. Thanks. And do we have any comments or questions? Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting. I was wondering whether the stakeholders were actually aware of creating innovations, or was it just for them common sense to do something?
Yeah, absolutely. It's more like they are not developing their approaches with a sense of developing innovations. It's more the local effectiveness actually that leads then to innovations. We analyzed it as innovations or innovative, yeah.
Thank you very much, very interesting. Is there a sense for, you showed the transition model with the niches and that things move from the niche to the mainstream. Is there a sense of building something separate from the mainstream? like, is it really necessary to contribute to this mainstream, which is the problem of so many, well, which forces so many problems upon us?
Yeah, sorry, they stage against the mainstream. Sorry, then I was wrong, told it wrong. They really built the niches in that regime, and they, yeah, attack the mainstream and current regime. Yeah. So this can be like permaculture and agriculture, or something, yeah, or art, even creative artwork that discusses human-nature relations or something like that. Yeah.
So was there a sense then of like post-growth, degrowth, and all these types of discussions?
Absolutely,
okay.
Absolutely. But it's more like I said in the beginning, it's more a normative frame for them than something they explicitly communicate, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Makes very much sense for the periphery, I think. Which,
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that interesting speech. You mentioned here, and the others also mentioned, that trust is so very important. And I wonder, what is trust for you, or how do you incorporate it in your research?
Yeah, interesting. It was, I think, very benefit for us was that those creative actors are open-minded, and they are open for like someone who comes there and wants to talk to them and so on. Trust was very important for us at the beginning, at least, like the the collaboration with the Biosphere Reserve management. And yeah, for sure, for the actors, trust was very important, like the biographical aspects where really matter on how far they go with their approaches, you know, like the support of family, support of children, support of the rural society, the village, and so on. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your presentation. I was just wondering, when you said that sometimes these actors bring ideas from other places to the local space, then did that sometimes create conflicts between the people in the rural community? And was there reluctance by others to adopt these innovations?
Yeah, it does, but actually not that much that we thought. It was more about, of course, the big old players, which are there for a long time. Of course, they felt offended, something like that. Maybe it's about that they, in that peripheral areas, can really find their niche and develop new things without being like implemented in that conflict or like it would be in an urban context, in a city. I don't know. It was not that much that we thought at the beginning, actually.
Anybody else? Is there any comments or questions? No? It's okay? Okay, thank you very much. So the three presentations which were transferred online was over. So we will have maybe 20 minutes around until 10:30. We will have a coffee break, and we will rejoin. We'll gather again at room 4, not here. Just remember. So we will see you again, room 4, after coffee break. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep, okay. Welcome to the second session from today in this room for ecosystem services. And we want to welcome Somaya Ghoraba to speak from Egypt, to speak about the application of the IUCN Red List of ecosystems to assess the conservation status of natural ecosystems in Egypt.
Good afternoon. My name is Somaya Ghoraba, PhD in Environmental Sciences from Alexandria University. And I'm going to show how to use the application of the IUCN Red List of Ecosystems to assess the conservation status of natural ecosystems with the case study from a broad protected area in Egypt. Okay. Thank you. So first, we all know that one of the main functions of biosphere reserves is to conserve biodiversity. However, it becomes a huge challenge due to the impacts of human activities, which cause adverse impacts to biodiversity. So to improve the status of biodiversity, we need to understand how natural world is changing and functioning. Therefore, we need to understand how the components of ecosystems are interacting. And instead of thinking of conservation of biodiversity on the species level, we need to think, we need to add the concept of ecosystem conservation, which is more covering the whole concept of biodiversity, including the ecosystems, which are the space where the biodiversity are inhabiting. So, for this purpose, the International Union for Conservation of Nature has developed the Red List of Ecosystems, which is a framework. It's an interdisciplinary framework that relies on or based on understanding or assessing the status of ecosystems against the risk of collapse. And what is meant by the collapse state of ecosystems is when the ecosystem reaches its end point of degradation and loses its characteristic features, functions, and species, and no longer able to sustain its biodiversity. So the main goal of this framework is to support conservation by informing decision makers about those ecosystems that are mostly at risk of collapse, to put them as priorities for their conservation plans, and to prevent further degradation of these ecosystems and to avoid biodiversity loss. So the main or the model of the Red List of Ecosystems relies on applying 5 main criteria, or 5 criteria that measures the changes in both area and integrity of the ecosystem to estimate the risk of collapse. The first 2 criteria, A and B, they are meant to measure the changes in the area of the ecosystem, as the loss in area leads to reducing the availability of resources to species. And the other 2 criteria, C and D, they are meant to measure the changes in the ecological processes of the ecosystem for both abiotic environment and the disruption in biotic processes. Therefore, they assess the changes occurring to the ecosystem integrity. And finally, from both of these concepts, we can understand or estimate the risk of collapse within the ecosystem. So for each of these criteria, the value of relative severity is estimated, which is a description of the proportional change observed in an environmental variable. And using these values of relative severity in a standard table of criteria thresholds, the final or the category of the ecosystem is identified. And the final category of the ecosystem can be one of 6 categories, which can be least concerned or near threatened, which are the lowest risk status, or it can be identified as vulnerable, endangered, or critically endangered, which means that the ecosystem is currently threatened. Or if the ecosystem is identified as collapsed, it means that it's already reached its end status or end point of degradation. So regarding the protected area, which is the case study in here, Broadest protected area is very rich in each ecosystem diversity. And it includes 4 ecosystem types. The main part of the wetland is, the main part of the protected area is a Broadest wetland, which is a Ramsar site. And its shores are surrounded by extents of reed beds, which form a separate ecosystem of reed beds, and it is important for bird species, especially during migratory seasons. And the terrestrial surrounding of the wetland includes 2 other ecosystems, which are sand plain and salt marshes. So the protected area provides plenty of ecosystem services for the local community, including fishing, agriculture, grazing, tourism with bird watching activities, and other services. However, in spite of its importance, the protected area has been subjected to human activities in conjunction with population growth and developmental activities, which cause deterioration to the quality of ecosystem services. And over long period of time, the changes that occur to the ecosystem services and the abiotic and biotic variables have been studied. However, we don't know to what extent have the human impact affected these qualities of ecosystem services. In other words, we can say we don't know the current status of these ecosystems due to human activities. And here came the importance of the Red List of Ecosystems framework to give us the information about the current status of these ecosystems, which can be informed to decision makers to set their priorities for conservation of these ecosystems. So the main research question in here is what is the conservation status of the ecosystems of Broadest protected area? And to answer this question, I have to answer some other questions to give a complete description of the status. To give the complete description of the, ecological conditions of the protected area, including how human activities have affected the ecosystem functions, what are the interactions among species, what are the key variables responsible for ecosystem collapse, and what are the changes among common species, and then to expect when it is likely to happen, the collapse state, if the current rates of change remain the same. So for the spatial analysis of the criteria A and B, which measures the changes in the geographic distribution of the ecosystems, so a set of remotely sensed data at different dates were used to tackle the changes that occurred to these ecosystems in terms of the changes in geographic distribution. And then 2 scenarios of rates of decline were used to estimate the values of relative severity. And the selection of the which scenario to depend on based on the current data available and the trends we see or we notice that occurred within the changes in the geographic distribution of each of these ecosystems. So for the ecological analysis, for criteria C and D, it relies on the ecosystem conceptual model. And this conceptual model is one of the main advantages of applying this framework, because it summarizes all the processes and interactions within the ecosystem. And it links between the current threats and their impacts on both biotic and abiotic components. So we can see that aquaculture, agriculture, sewage, and residential developments are the main threats to the ecosystem. And both of aquaculture and agriculture activities impact was to increase the levels of phosphorus and decrease the levels of salinity within the wetland. And these conditions have resulted in encouraging the eutrophication, and this led to the growth of algal blooming, which in turn affected the trophic levels of the wetland, with main impact on both phytoplankton and zooplankton. As zooplankton species, the wetland is used to be a brackish ecosystem, so decreasing the levels of salinity has affected the classes and diversity of zooplankton species. So from this model, it was selected that both phosphorus and salinity are used as indicators for the abiotic degradation, while the diversity of species of zooplanktons with the chlorophyll A as representative for phytoplankton growth were selected as indicators for the disruption in biotic processes. So after selecting the variables, the data were collected for each of these variables. And it's worth mentioning that the standard time frame for the assessment is 50 years, which means that it is required to collect data for a period of 50 years to conduct the assessment. And this is the standard of the assessment. However, it was not possible because data were not available for the whole period. So data were collected for as much longer as possible. And then for each of these variables, the values of relative severity were estimated to identify the status of the ecosystem. So the main results from the assessment were to find that both sand plain and salt marshes ecosystems were identified as critically endangered, while the wetland ecosystem was identified as endangered. And it was like an unexpected result, because over time, all the focus was on the wetland ecosystem with less emphasis on the terrestrial ecosystems of sand plain and salt marshes. So this neglection of focus has led to these dramatic results. And also it is found that both sand plain and salt marshes were mainly triggered by the changes in the spatial analysis or the changes that occurred to the geographic distribution of these ecosystems due to human activities, which are mainly concentrated in this area, while the wetland ecosystem endangered state was mainly affected by the changes in the ecological analysis, in the ecological processes. However, it was also subjected to changes in its geographic distribution, but it was not that much significant or affected the status of this ecosystem compared to the changes that occurred to the ecological processes due to the human activities. So from this assessment, it was also found that in this graph, we can find that both sand plain and salt marshes are moving faster towards ecosystem collapse. And the collapse state is expected to happen within 30 years from now if the current changes or the current activities remains with the same rates of change. So from this results, it is possible to first inform decision makers about what are the ecosystems that are mostly at risk of collapse and to put them as priorities for their conservation plans. And as long as we know their main trigger for the risk status, we can select the most proper management options to reduce these risks. And the results of this assessment is currently published in 2 publications. And those results of the reed beds ecosystem are not published yet. So yeah, I didn't walk through them in this presentation. So the main challenge to conduct the assessment was the struggle to find data, and mainly the long-term data that covers the standard period of time frame, or the long-term data that can give us the insights about the changes that occur to the ecosystem over time. And this really highlighted the gaps we have in data. So we need to fulfill these gaps in future research to better understand the processes and ecosystems within our ecosystems, processes and interactions within our ecosystems, because if we don't know about our ecosystems, how can we manage these ecosystems? So the main benefits that helped in conducting this work was the award from the UNESCO MAB Young Scientists Award, which supported the projects financially, and yeah, that helped to conduct the assessment, to collect samples, and to collect data. Also, it reflects a cooperation with the IUCN Relative Ecosystems Thematic Group, which provides a plenty of tools and resources that help in conduction of the assessment on the standard basis. And also, the protected area managers were very helpful to allow us to go to the to conduct the assessment, to collect the samples, and to talk with the people about their concerns about the wetland and how their lives were affected by the changes that occurred within the ecosystems of the protected area. So finally, I would like to illustrate how the data and the outcomes associated with the assessment can be supportive for the research on biosphere reserves. Actually, this assessment can lead to or provides a plenty of data and that can serve a wide variety of research activities to support conservation. So, for example, it can be used in guiding legal frameworks and conservation plans when designating new biosphere reserves by highlighting those areas of deterioration and creation of zonation maps. And it also can be used to highlight best practices for achieving sustainability by focusing on ecosystems with good health. And evaluating and studying how their health or their good health or good status is achieved by or which practices have led to the good status of these ecosystems. It also can be used in testing and evaluating the policies for achieving sustainable development through the monitoring or the estimation of the risk status over time. So it can be used in the evaluation of the effectiveness of the conservation actions. And it also can be used in linking the ecosystem health with the provision of ecosystem services by giving a clear understanding of the how the threats are affecting the provision of ecosystem services for both the biotic ecosystem services and the understanding of the processes and interactions within the ecosystems, which in turn can enhance the provision of these services. And finally, the data associated with the assessment can be guiding the implementation of the national and international conservation strategies as it goes in line with the SDGs, some of the SDGs goals, as well as some of IUCN targets, IUCN biodiversity targets, and the red list of ecosystem indicators have already been used in the management or in the policies of some countries have used these indicators in their legislation and policies, and many countries over the world have conducted the national assessments, because this kind of assessment I have showed is representing a strategic assessment which focuses on a specific ecosystem. We study a specific ecosystem and we identify the status of its ecosystem. However, there are another type of assessment which is called a systematic ecosystem, which relies or assesses the status of all ecosystems in a specific geographic region. So many countries have conducted a national or a systematic assessments for their countries, and I think they are willing to conduct this assessment on regular basis to monitor the status of their ecosystems. So that was everything. I hope it was clear, and yeah, this is the work in a nutshell. So thank you.
Questions? Yeah. Thank you for this presentation. And my wonder is, I think the United Nations Decade on Ecosystem Restoration has established 10 principles for restoration and to make assessment of different ecosystems according to how healthy they are. So I'm wondering if there is a link between what the model you presented and what UN is putting as a global design for assessment. And my second question is, because to my knowledge, in the Mediterranean area, we have 2 ecosystems that are in the IUCN red list ecosystem. I mean, the ecosystems that are endangered. one in the delta of the Nile and the other in Italy, somewhere in northern Italy. So my question is this one is in the delta of the Nile?
This protected area is located between the two rivers of the two branches of the River Nile between the delta, and this is Brollos wetland. Yeah, this is what you're talking about.
So it is in the IUCN red list.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
This is the first, and I think up till now it is the only ecosystem assessed in Egypt using this framework. Yeah, and regarding your first question, the IUCN has recently published documentation on the guidelines how to use the data from the red list of ecosystems in ecosystem restoration, and how to adjust or tailor the data or the outcome from this assessment to be used in ecosystem restoration. Because if you have the tool, a standard tool to monitor the status of the ecosystem, you can evaluate that evaluate the current or the actions that are taken to conserve the ecosystem. So it provides a way for monitoring, and it can be led to restoration, of course, by the end. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for a lovely presentation. And I was just wondering, I was looking at the conceptual diagram at the beginning, and some of the user groups, I think, like agriculture, are contributing to the degradation. So I was wondering how the research that you've done might go back to the user groups and how they might respond, I guess, whether it's as a consequence of the agricultural or aquaculture practices that they're engaging in. So how are they going to get that information to kind of change some of their own practices?
You mean for the decision, you mean for the local community or for
for the local communities, what can they, how can they benefit from the research that you're doing?
Yeah, actually the local community will not really take any sort of action. They need we need to by this assessment to give the information to decision makers to know which actions have the bad or the negative feedback on these ecosystems. So we here illustrate that both of agriculture activities, the influence from the agriculture activities full of phosphorus from the use of agriculture material, and also the water is so fresh waters that affects the salinity of the wetland. So it's actually meant to inform decision makers, not the local community. They need to know what are the actions that are harmful to the ecosystem, and to take the steps by laws, regulations, legislations, so to prevent these actions. Because actually these information are well known. They know that the agriculture activities have adverse impact on, but which are the main variables that affect this, affect the ecosystem, and to what extent? Because actually there was part I didn't mention in here in this work, not to make the presentation so big, but it is about the levels that are not accepted to get above for each of these indicators. Like, for example, this ecosystem is brackish, so we don't need the water salinity to go below a specific range, which is really harmful for the ecosystem. So yeah, it is more for the decision makers to go through this.
One last question. Okay, thank you very much. I have little short two questions. First question is about, maybe I'm repeating, but I a little bit wonder how you assess ecosystem health maybe you have some indicators, exact indicators in case of this one.
Yeah, this in here, after we select the variables that are main reason for the ecosystem collapse, we have values of a process of the collapse state estimation. So this process first requires you to identify the threshold of collapse, which are the values that can respond or can lead to the collapse status. And then we have some sort of equations and models to be used to estimate the relative severity to then identify the status of the ecosystem. So it is a matter of calculation and modeling process, and it relies on you detect the values of the variable, for example, the salinity at the beginning of the assessment time, and then at the end of the assessment time, and then using some kind of modeling, you can estimate how the changes are affecting the ecosystem. Okay. Yeah, actually there is if you want to go more about this, on the website of the IUCN there is a part for the relative ecosystems, and it have a document, many documents that explain this in more details. Yeah.
Okay. The second question is, what's the main role of remote sensing data, and what kind of images did you use for this identifications?
I used Landsat data mostly, and the role of remote sensing is to identify the changes that occur to the ecosystem, to the distribution of the ecosystem, because we cannot separate between the changes in the ecological processes and the changes in the distribution of the ecosystem. So it's meant to be integrating all the kind of changes that occurs within the ecosystem. So it means to detect the changes over time for the geographic distribution of the ecosystem. That's all. Yeah.
Okay,
thank you.
We don't need an extra video since we are on streaming, so we can go to the next presentation from Isaac Joe Barnes, using storytelling through a geo-story map to highlight Bia River Biosphere Reserve anthropogenic effect on community livelihood and adaptation.
So thank you very much for coming. My name is Isaac Barnes. Actually, this study is born from a bigger study which won the UNESCO Man and the Biosphere Award in 2019, which is using the storytelling to tell the anthropogenic effect on the Bia Biosphere Reserve. After the study, one thing was known: there was a change. But the question is, if there is a change of which every spatial data analysis using land use, land cover tells us, where is the change coming from? What has changed to what? And so this particular research was just to measure the degree of change, basically. When you get nervous, that's what happens. Don't worry. Okay, so when you come to Ghana, the Bia Biosphere Reserve lies at the western north region of Ghana, that little part. And just like any biosphere reserve, Bia Biosphere has 3 layers: the core, the buffer, then the transition. The core is made up of the conservation area, the Bia National Park, and then the Apaso Sacred Grove. It is a community, I would say, sanctuary where they go to pray. But beyond prayers, they do nothing there. The transitional area is made up of, or has in composition, 13 villages. that settles around the big green area. But as I said, one key change or one key challenge in the Bia Biosphere Reserve is quantifying the levels of human-nature interaction, quantifying it and understanding what has changed and what has led to that change. So our research question was, or the study was to assess the context within which the Biosphere Reserve, the change or a conservation measure has led to the change. We used machine learning, ArcGIS, and an intensity analysis. The truth is that intensity analysis is a very young or very new mode of analysis in conservation management. Our key results. The first bit is the conservation area. By law, it is so restricted that communities do not have access to it, other than for prayer. Now, we notice that from 1986 to 2000, you can see for yourself that in terms of intensity, that's cloud cover, the forest has grown thicker. You can see that. It's rather unfortunate you can't see so much changes here. This is the transitional zone. But if you can just spot the yellow, it becomes a bit more visible. That is settlement. And within it, at the top part too, you see that there has been a lot of human-nature interaction in that level. And so you realize that looking at the transitional area, there has been an increase in farmlands from 1986 to 2002, but suddenly farmlands decrease, which is a bit abnormal, because as population increases, you expect farmlands to increase along with it. In terms of forest cover, you realize that forest has reduced a bit, not in the core, but in the transitional zone, which by UNESCO, by the map, and by UNESCO, it's allowed. In terms of settlement, you realize that settlement has increased, and then woodland, you realize that woodland from the 1986 to 2000 increased. From 1986 to 2000 decreased, if you can see it. Sorry for the line. You see that there was a sharp decrease. Then from 2002 to 2016, woodland suddenly started increasing. Then the question was, what happened? Why this sudden change? This actually makes it a bit abnormal. Farmland is increasing, but suddenly reduced. Woodland, instead of reducing, is suddenly increasing. What happened to this? So this is what we did, the intensity analysis. What was changing? We realized that from 1986 to 2002, woodland, as I said, started increasing. It reduced a bit, then it increased. But farmland increased a bit, then it started reducing. If you can see the top one, the gains and the losses. What accounted for this? What accounted for this? Suddenly, in the community, there was this project or this initiative by the local man and the biosphere authorities, which is called the Community Resource Management Area, CREMA. What does CREMA do? CREMA is an initiative which helps build the capacity of local communities around the Bia Biosphere. And the local or the authorities have seen that for them to protect the Bia Biosphere Reserve, they need the community. You cannot protect, do a better conservation minus the community. So what they started doing is to build the capacities of these local people. Build their capacity in terms of, yes, the acquisition of knowledge, but beyond that, give them livelihood adaptation strategy. And so initially, these communities were farmers, basically into cocoa and into other crop farms. What the initiative sought to do was I don't know if you know snail. They started giving them snail as an alternative livelihood, mushroom as an alternative livelihood, so that the people do not solely depend on nature or on the farms as their principal source of income. There were other alternatives the communities relied on than only agriculture. And some of the major projects I've highlighted here, like the Protected Area Development Program, we have the Biosphere Resources for Biodiversity, Conservation and Sustainable Development in Sub-Saharan Africa. Then we have the Green Economy in Biosphere Reserve project. These were all intermittent projects that came along, especially after 2002 to date. That is what is accounting for that sharp contrast. When the Bia Biosphere was designated, which is the first biosphere reserve in Ghana, was designated, there was no livelihood adaptation strategy. So most of the communities depended on the farm as their principal source of income. But with time, when people had alternative, they reduced the dependence of agriculture to other farm produce or to other alternative source of income. The outlook, or our overarching conclusion, is that for biosphere to be more sustainable in the long run, one, we call for greater investment. Investment both in education, investment in livelihood adaptation. If we want Bia to still exist as how it is, the elimination of livelihood adaptation for these people will force them to go back to nature, which is through the agriculture, and with tempering or over-dependence on agriculture, they might be forced to go to the core. Second, there is a need to intensify research using the nexus approach. We have some major enemies of the world now, which is climate change. Whether we like it or not, it has come. We have to all work to it. But we can't think of this in isolation. We cannot say that, okay, this is a climate change project, let's work here. This is a livelihood project, let's work here. And this is biosphere, let's work here. No, that approach is disastrous by itself. We should find a way to work in partnership, and we should find a way to work together. And since morning, that is what I've been hearing. Let's find a way to work together. Let's find a way to work together. And I think this is the urgent call for all of us, finding a way to work together more sustainably. Now, when you come to the country where I come from, Ghana, I'm not going to overpraise the Bia Biosphere Reserve managers. They've done very well. But the truth is that the honest calls on all of us here to support them. They need equipment. They can't do it all by themselves. We live in a century where information has become so abundant. With GIS, GPS devices, you can have access to satellite data. We can plot. We can do a lot of more interesting things. We can, on a more day-to-day basis, measure change that is occurring. But most of these people do not have. And therefore, the honest calls on all of us here to help find a way to design programs and projects to come in to provide more support. And lastly, there's a need to also call for capacity development for the staff. We are privileged to be here to talk, but the people who do the day-to-day activities are somewhere in the forest. We have to help them and build their capacities there. And it calls for additional projects. So in summary, the increased livelihood adaptation or interventions helped ease the pressure on the natural resources in the transitional area and incentivize communities towards supporting conservation. Without this, I can be very honest, that no matter the level of government restrictions, why? Because you can't restrict a hungry man. It is not possible. As long as the forest is there and his source of livelihood can be gotten from the forest, without providing alternative means for this person, indirectly we will force them to go to the forest and tamper with it. I want to rest here and see if you have any questions for me. I'm ready for. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. That was a wonderful presentation. I'm wondering if you can scroll back to the list of categories of activities. Yeah, that's fine. How do you distinguish between a woodland and a forest? What activities happen in each?
Okay. So the forest, it has to do with the core, which is the protected area. By law, nobody is to enter into the forest. But within the transitional area, initially it was partly forest, partly woodland. However, after the zoning of the core, by map, it allows people to interact with the transitional area. And so when people started cutting down trees, which is the forest, for other livelihood adaptations, that place became a bit more open. I don't know if I've answered your question. That place became a bit more open. You could differentiate, or in terms of the plant cover, from one wood to the other, it became more sparse, and so we classified that area as woodlands. But over time, you realize that as people are not tampering so much with the ground, these trees are now growing back bigger, and additional young ones sprouting up. And so that is the change. It cannot be a big dense forest like the core, but it's becoming a big area.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My question also about distinguishing the land covers.
Okay.
I have one first little question. You are from Ghana, right? In Ghana, in villages, from what material you cover the houses, roof of the houses? When you claim, or with
so
what?
Initially, when development was not so much, it was thatch and clay, and we use yes. But now that development, we are all talking about development. There is nowhere development is, and so now people are moving.
Yeah, my question is a little bit different.
Okay.
In Uzbekistan, for instance, where I came from, in villages we also cover our roofs in clay.
Thatch, yes.
Here we had, for instance, I have some difficulties with distinguishing the farmland with the settlement, because the house is covered by clay. When you are doing remote sensing, the sensors see the roofs of the settlement as a farmland.
Yes, that's true.
Is there some difficulties you had, and what kind of actions you did for avoiding this such kind of mistakenly calculation of the areas?
That is very true. So we factored all that into the planning process. We did not only rely on remote sensing Landsat data alone. We went with GPS, we went with drones, and then we went to land. We did 3 forms of analysis where most of them we went in ourselves and then do the GPS plotting.
In all 30 villages?
Yes. Yes. So luckily we had support from MAP, the young scientists. In 2019, I was the young scientist, I was part of the young scientist, young MAP Man and the Biosphere Award, and so we used our funds to do that. So we actually did a lot of work on the ground.
Does that work? Yeah. That was a great talk, Isaac. I really felt your passion. I enjoyed it. I have a question about that map's perfect. You can leave it on that map, in fact. So like the core areas, for example, is very close to the boundary of the reserve. And of course, there's a lot of places on the boundaries of the reserve. So how much of the capacity building that you do in the biosphere, let me rephrase my question, the impacts of land use change in the Biosphere Reserve probably also come from people inhabiting areas outside of the reserve? So if you do capacity building only within the reserve, maybe people from outside don't benefit from that. So do you think about these spillover effects that you can also then expand some of the capacity building to areas outside of the reserve?
That is very important. Because you cannot restrict somebody from coming here. And so it also implies that you realize that capacity building, one key indicator of capacity building is the availability of funds. You can't do a capacity or you can't do training for a very large scale with very limited funds. So what we started doing was to do the trainer of trainers. You first gather people, more as community leaders, you train them, and then the onus is on them to also go and train. And with time, you measure the change effect that is having or happening in their areas. But we are also here to call for additional funds where we can design programs and expand the scope of the capacity building beyond just for the 30 communities, but to other people who will be coming. But I believe that if you are enlightened, if I am enlightened, if you are enlightened, it is very easy for you to tell the other person, stop, don't do this. Here, we don't do that. And as a foreigner coming in, I'll be more cautious. But as you said, it's good to also expand the capacity, and we look forward to doing that. Thank you. Thank you very
much. Okay, and after this presentation, we invite all the presenters from today to a picture for the systematizing of this afternoon. So we will close this session here with Lea J, Gajardo, Cultural Values of Ecosystem Services from Coastal Marine Areas, case of Taytay Bay, Palawan, Philippines.
Thank you. So from terrestrial and agriculture, I'm going to bring you to the ocean. So I'm Lea J Gajardo from Western Philippines University, and I'm going to share with you how rich the cultural tapestry of the ocean is through cultural values of ecosystem services from the coastal marine areas of Taytay Bay, Palawan, Philippines. So this project was conducted, funded by the UK Research and Innovation Global Challenges Research Fund through the Blue Communities Program. So Palawan is a narrow archipelagic province located in southwest Philippines. Palawan Biosphere Reserve is one of the foundation of conservation in the country. So this is the only biosphere reserve that has a Ramsar wetland site and 2 UNESCO World Heritage site, which are the Tubataha Reef Natural Park and the Puerto Princesa Subterranean Underground River. So Palawan in general is an area of rich biodiversity, but particularly our coastal and marine areas are one of the richest in the country. We have extensive, rich and abundant mangroves, extensive surrounding seagrass beds, and productive coral reefs. So these habitats supports lives of people, especially coastal communities whose way of living depends on the ocean. And these supports are provided through ecosystem services. So this is just a photo of the Tubataha Reef. So, however, research on ecosystem services in the Philippines mainly focused on biophysical and economic or monetary valuation. A largely overlooked component is the socio-cultural domain. Thus, we want to understand more about the cultural values, especially on how local coastal community perceive them. And we tried to answer the following questions. So, what cultural ecosystem services are being experienced by the locals from the coastal marine ecosystem of Taytay Bay? Where are these cultural ecosystems being provided? How important are these cultural ecosystems to the communities, What are the threats to the cultural ecosystem services? And how intense are these threats? There's another question, but I forgot to add that there. But where are those threats occurring? I'm sorry. So we have an existing study area in the northern Palawan, which is the municipality of Taytay. The study site, Taytay Bay, is located immediately east of the municipality. The majority of fisheries catch of the fisher supply of the municipality comes from this bay. So we sought another existing case study communities, which are the resident of the coastal barangay of Pamantulon and the island barangay of Biton. So barangay is the smallest administrative unit in the Philippines. We have a total of 30 respondents, 14 men and 16 women, with age ranging from 23 to 70 years old. So this represents a wide range of people whose lives are linked to marine environment. Okay, so using semi-structured interview together with participatory mapping, we captured verbal articulation, spatial identification, and quantified marine-related values. So for the participatory mapping, this is much simpler compared with the other presentations. So we just, using different colored pens, we asked the participant to outline different services on a scaled map. And then once the location were identified, we asked them to assign values to each area on how important it is to them based on their personal judgment, preference, or belief. And that goes the same with the threats. So we asked them to identify the threat in the area, the threats, and then where are those threats occurring and how intense those threats are. Okay. So for data analysis, the systematic review results, which were in local dialects, were transcribed and translated into English and then analyzed thematically. And for the participatory mapping, we digitize the maps using QGIS. And to calculate the relative values, we have the formula of assigned value over area. So we have found out that these 10 cultural ecosystem categories do exist in the Bay. So namely sense of place, heritage, identity, spiritual, inspiration, knowledge, educational, aesthetics, recreation, and intergenerational. So for sense of place, people tend to associate this to places where they grew up and places of their livelihood. So places of livelihood such as their fishing grounds or their aquacultural farms. And then for heritage, so Taytay still has remained contains remains of Spanish influence. So the most prominent display of this is the Fort of Santa Isabel, which is a coastal fortification which served as military base during the war. And actually, this also display another ecosystem services, provisioning, the provision of construction materials, because this this structure was made from coral limestone. Okay, so for identity, the respondents tend to associate this for them belonging as coastal people. I don't know how this will like translate in English, but we have the term taong dagat. It's like ocean people. So even you put them anywhere else, they will always be taong dagat. And then for the spiritual values, so I think this, religious value would more describe this rather than spiritual. So all of the results or the response we got were from Catholics. So the marine and coastal environment was used as venues and routes for coastal and fluvial processions during celebration of fiestas. So in the Philippines, we celebrate fiestas by celebrating the patron saint of the place. Okay. For inspiration, so for inspiration, people especially during boat rides, so we have motorized boats, they said they tend to find it as a situation where they have time to think about things. So another Filipino term, muni-muni. So where's ate? So what do you think will be the English of muni-muni? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so riding motorized boat, that even you have a companion with you because the engine is too loud, you don't have the chance to chat with them. So all you can do is either look at your horizon or look at the next island or the open sea. So people tend to think about their dreams, their hope, their future, and how to have better lives. But originally, inspiration was described as the idea that the environment can give us inspiration to create creative ideas like songs, paintings, but we didn't get that. The respondent answered that the inspiration they get was to have better lives. And for knowledge, so specifically ecological knowledge. So these are learnings that people get from the environment. So this was said to be from first-hand experience or passed through generation. So they said that those learnings are fishing and aquaculture techniques and risk mitigations. And then another, education. So we also looked for the association of marine and coastal environment to the formal education of the students. So some of the activities listed were mangrove planting, coastal cleanup, and some field trips. And then for the aesthetics, people tend to appreciate the aesthetics of sandy beaches and islands together with coral reefs because of the pleasing, colorful corals and fish assemblage. And the same area was identified for recreation. So sandy beaches, places where you can do picnic and swimming. Okay, so for intergenerational, so these are experiences associated with coastal and marine environment that the current generation wants the future generation to experience. So this picture is a family of seaweed farmer. Is anyone familiar with seaweed farming? Okay, no. So these are the grandparents and these are the children. So the current generation wants the future generation to still experience the aesthetics, to still see the beautiful sceneries that we have. and then the ecological knowledge. They also want that the future generation to learn from the environment, and then livelihood. So they hope that the future generation can still make use of the resources that we have. So among those cultural ecosystem categories, so sense of place, recreation, and intergenerational were perceived to be most important. However, educational was seen to have low importance to its low occurrence. So this highlights the need for more marine, nature-based related activities, learning activities. Okay. We also, our findings also support the fact that ecosystem services linked with other services, especially with provisioning our livelihood. So we explicitly asked our respondent to tell us about benefits or services aside from income generation, but they can separate it. They will always answer about their provisioning. Okay, and I just want to share, this is a data from one of our colleagues in Blue Communities. So Matt White, he said that at least 120 minutes in a week spent in natural environments for recreation improves health and well-being. However, our opinion from our respondents said that being in the sea for livelihood for too long can be stressful. Yeah, because it is stressful, because that means that it is getting harder to catch sufficient fish. And with the fewer fish means lesser income. And it becomes so stressful, that situation is so stressful that a fisherman can't even enjoy the cultural values. He can't relax or enjoy with his family because of the uncertainty of his provisions. So for the perceived threats, they recognize both anthropogenic causes and natural causes. But destructive fishing, agrochemicals from aqua farms, and privatization of islands were seen as top threats. Climate change, mangrove logging, and charcoal making, and natural calamities were also identified. So for the destructive fishing, these were mainly dynamite and cyanide fishing. And for the agrochemicals from aqua farms, I mentioned about the seaweed farming. So I just want you to imagine that seaweed farmers, seaweed farming, typical farming just has 45 days and you can harvest the cultured seaweeds. But other farmers also use, like, imagine the agricultural from the terrestrial, they also use fertilizer on their crops. So that's also a threat that they see. And then for the privatization of islands, I don't know here in Europe, but no one really can own an island. Yes, there are private islands, but the control is still on the government, right? But for marginalized fishermen, they think that once an island is said to be private, that they can fish around those areas. But the water are public, and even the beaches cannot be owned. So this situation, the privatization of islands, also limits the fishermen, limits the fishing ground of the fishermen. And then, so as you can see, this is a simple map compared with the others. So this is just a heat map of the maps done by our 30 respondents. So you can see there is the value by number of polygons. So this just shows the spatial extent of the areas that provide the services. And then on the right or left? Okay, so value by importance. So we can see just the darker the color means that people put more importance on those areas. And then for the threat maps, you can see that there is lesser aggregation. This might be due to lesser people identifying threats to their locality. So people who did not identify threats believe that there are no threats occurring in their locality. And then for the challenges conducting this study is conducting the research during pandemic. So because our goal is to have the face-to-face conversation with the people to get really the intense discussion, and we don't even have the the ability to make it virtual because the areas have limited to no internet access. And then limited representation of indigenous perspective. So we wanted to get indigenous perspective, but that would require us more intensive ethics application and other permits. We did interview one indigenous people, but she is not on the more native circle of the group. They live mostly on the modern living now. So didn't really get the native indigenous people perspective. And then for the benefit, we worked with interdisciplinary teams. So I have a natural science background. So for this, I have to work and learn to be a social scientist. And another international collaboration, Palawan as a biosphere reserve really do get a lot of fundings and research. So that's one of the benefits that we have living in Palawan. And then, so our project really capacitates early career researchers. That's why Ate Reka and I are here. And existing good rapport with the communities. So as a local university, we do have existing good relationship with the community. So we didn't really had hard time engaging with them. But this just strengthened our relationship with them. Because like what I've said from the previous session, that we make them feel that we are allies. That we don't criminalize them if they will mention something that for others can be seen as unsustainable. And for the outlook and conclusion, so Taytay Bay do offer various cultural ecosystem services that are an integral part of the coastal communities' lives. And there are links among and between ecosystem services. I know from previous presentation, I can see that there are overlaps, right? People can experience multiple services at once. So the co-occurrence of these services suggests that we have to have holistic approach and ecosystem valuation. So because the loss of one service likely will represent the loss of multiple services. But at the same time, protecting a key habitat, providing these services, can also provide multiple benefits. And that's all from me. Thank you for listening. Any questions?
Thank you again for presentation. I have only one question concerning to the economic valuation of these cultural services. I can say it's a recreation, tourism, for instance, in the Taytay Bay Biosphere Reserve. My question is about what percentage of amount which comes from ecotourism goes to the special bank account of Taytay Bay. Is there any already such kind of mechanism is installed or not yet?
Okay. So for this study, we didn't get the economic values of recreation or ecotourism, but from my knowledge, there are no, what do you call this, the fee for those stuff yet. So that's why we really have to have this valuation of ecosystem services. But like for this study, we didn't do economic valuation on that.
Okay. But this Taytay Bay Biosphere Reserve will get some benefit from cultural services to their balance.
Okay, so the Biosphere Reserve is the whole of the province of Palawan. So Taytay Bay is just a small part of Palawan, but it is a marine protected area. It's not much of a tourism spot, so the recreational you can see there is for more on the locals.
Maybe you can show the Biosphere Reserve on the map.
Okay. It's on, sorry. Okay. Okay, so that's Philippines, and so that's the province of Palawan. It is a whole biosphere reserve, and is there? Okay, so Taytay Bay is just around here.
Yes. More questions?
It's very huge. I mean,
yeah.
All of Palawan is several hundred kilometers.
Yes, and we have 2 UNESCO World Heritage Sites and. Yes.
I think it's a really cool study that you did, and I like that you used polygons instead of points. That's super nice. It was not a question; it's more a comment. Like I think that what you did, that one slide that you have, where it's taken from a paper from White et al. 2019. Yes. Yeah, I think this is great. Like because there's actually a recent publication talking about the link of pointing out that how we link well-being to nature. Almost all of the research is done in wealthy countries, and it's really super important that you do this kind of study in other countries to show, of course, they get well-being, but the way that they perceive their well-being is very different in other countries. And I think it's really nice. I think it's a cool study.
Yeah, from our knowledge, we believe that this is the first study in the Philippines for cultural ecosystem services in coastal marine ecosystem. There are some, but in agricultural and terrestrial lands.
Yes, I think a lot of people are not people who are living and working outside. They don't go walking for 120 minutes because it's not important for them to do that. I think it's really cool. Thank you.
More questions? Please.
Yes, it's very interesting. Thank you for your presentations. I'm from Indonesia. I know that the GCRF collaborations platform is also not just Philippines, but also related to Indonesia, Vietnam or Malaysia?
Vietnam, Malaysia.
Yeah, and Malaysia, and UK, of course, yeah. So I wonder whether this kind of research topic also try to implement it in other countries, linked with the GCRF or Blue Communities project. It would be interesting. Thank you.
Yep. With Indonesia, we do have, we applied a grant under the Blue Communities GCRF as well for early career researchers. So it's kind of related to this, but it also includes provisioning and regulating services, as well as we differentiate the habitats, so mangroves, corals, seagrass, and then different kinds of sediments. So there is a collaboration with Philippines and Indonesia.
Yeah, but not exactly the similar topic, right? Not cultural ecosystem services, because this one quite interesting to be implemented maybe or tried in different countries. Thank you.
More questions? It seems one of the obvious conclusions of this collaboration and networking in regional aspects and worldwide. But we are taking almost ideas for this afternoon, so it's good. Questions? Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Stay here, please, and we want a picture with all presenters from today, so we can show at the afternoon at the Systematize.
My baby came down from Romania. She was the queen of Tanzania.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon. So I hope all of you had a good lunch. So again, just a reminder for those who are not early career researchers, please vacate the room. I'm so sorry, but please give up your seat for early career researchers. So for those who are not early careers, please please vacate your seat later on if there are yeah. Knock, yeah. Hello, please sit here in front. Okay, so it seems like we're ready. So good afternoon, everyone. Again, warm welcome to all of you to our research conference, Science and Research in, for, and with the UNESCO Biosphere Reserves. We are on the second day of the conference for early career researchers. So for those who are new, I'm Denise Margaret Matthias. I'm one of the 2 professors at the Biosphere Reserves Institute of the Eberswalde University for Sustainable Development. And I would like to thank all of the presenters for the past 2 days, because most, at least in our group, there were really interesting presentations, and I hope also in your group, you found very interesting presentations. And I think we have already made the decision on who will get the prize. So wait for that later in the evening. But before we get to that, we would like to invite our rapporteurs who tirelessly took notes of your presentations, and I would like to invite them here up front to give you the key learnings, which will form the basis of our group work. If you take a look at your schedule, you will see that we have a scheduled group work happening at 2:30. So please wait for that. And you might also want to take notes already, because you will have to use all the key learnings for later. So first up, I would like to invite our rapporteurs from, actually only one, from the Biodiversity and Climate Change Group. So we have here Mr. Fabio Weiss. Thank you very much.
Yes, hello, good afternoon, everyone. Our group covered the topics of climate change and biodiversity, a very, very broad field. We had 11 interesting presentations. Esteban Valencia talked about monitoring his biosphere reserve with drones and satellite imagery. Yves Klinger presented his study on an invasive plant species in a German biosphere reserve. Amina Marouini, please excuse if I'm mispronouncing any names, investigated how heat extremes will develop in African biosphere reserves. Jan Dijker modeled different metrics of biodiversity at the German seacoast. Diogene Tuisere investigated plant encroachment in Rwanda. Miguel Moreira, yes, he mapped, or he and his team mapped the Portuguese biosphere reserves to learn about ecosystem services. Nina Botha also had a look at the African biosphere reserves and talked about climate change adaptation in biosphere reserves. Amar Marouf gave a very interesting presentation about small-scale fishery in Indonesia. Yeah, that's right. And Yoba Alenga used non-invasive methods to monitor bat species in Congo. I talked a bit about long-term population changes in forest insects. And finally, Lazaro Marquez Gueva reported his experience from research in a Cuban biosphere reserve. Well, as you can hear, we had a very diverse range of topics. I think what all connected them was the topic of environmental change and how to deal with it. Other than that, we had large-scale assessments, we had small-scale case studies, we had a very diverse group of disciplines. We had an aerospace scientist, we had social scientists, we had classic ecologists. Some studies were transdisciplinary, or I don't know, undisciplinary, if you can. I learned that yesterday. And well, I would like to sum up some of the benefits and challenges people came across when they talked, when they presented their work. Well, when talking about benefits, it's not clear whether it's benefits to the biosphere reserves or to the researchers, but well, we had the impression, or many people mentioned that the biosphere reserves profited from research performed there by well, enabling them to monitor environmental change or species, or sometimes even getting first data that was not available before. Many studies help to improve management or derive new management methods. Research often introduced new technologies or methods to the biosphere reserves that weren't used there before. Many scientists also took the effort to communicate their findings in special workshops at the biosphere reserves, which was very nice to hear. And we also had someone mentioning that they had the feeling that their research actually increased the awareness for biospheres and the biosphere reserves and the concept of them. We as researchers felt that we profited from better data access through biosphere reserves. Some of the large-scale studies actually used the network, the Biosphere Reserve network, to make contact to individual biosphere reserves. Some reported that partnerships between institutions, their research institutions, and certain biosphere reserves really paid off in the end. We had someone where indigenous knowledge actually enabled them to identify species which wouldn't be possible otherwise. But there were also challenges. Data availability and data access was also a problem in some cases, and large-scale studies often had a problem with data heterogeneity. I think one of the most often mentioned challenges were administrative obstacles and boundaries. Well, sometimes if many biosphere reserves were involved, it was difficult that they are very different, and how to account for that in a larger scale studies. And even at a local scale, only dealing with one biosphere reserve, we encountered that they sometimes cover different counties or states, or we have different authorities that need to be approached. And many of us relied on informal contacts and relationships to the biosphere reserve. And one more important thing were also some reported trust issues, either from the side of the Biosphere Reserve, that maybe they had made bad experience with others, researchers before, scientists, or even also trust issues from the side of local communities that did not feel well engaging in the research. That's it from my side. Thank you very much. And thank you to all the presenters of our group.
Thank you, Fabio. And I would also like to thank the moderators of Group A, Professor Eric Aschenbrand and Dr. Birthe Thorman. Okay, so that was a very rich output from Group A. Now we go on with Group B, Innovative and Sustainable Use of Natural Resources, which Dr. Janine Yargo will report on. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, so I will try to spread the wisdom of Group B. And first I will talk about the global topics, and I spoke to my group, so the people that I mentioned will actually shortly stand up, because then we have a good visualization and also some exercise. We started our sessions with the question, is this really new? Caroline de Baart showed us that social innovations may not be what we think it is. Something can be innovative because it was never done in this specific area. In the second talk, Colleen Rosanes showed us in a meta-analysis of 69 biosphere reserves that agriculture is mostly seen as negative influence factor, but research about innovations in agriculture is not easily found. Also, Cornelu Serge told us that there is no research data about the farming of cacao beans, although it may be very important for plant diversity. Ogundele Olusegun-Michael was talking about a bottom-up approach, asking local people for their interests, and that this can change lives and biospheres. Don't dictate, but asking for interests, build trust, and the use of indigenous knowledge systems facilitates a sense of ownership. Also, Nicole Cervantes Zamora, and psychologist by training, talked about the sense of place and how it can transform communities. In the only biosphere reserve that is one entire nation, do you know where that is? Okay, it's the Isle of Man. Marie Carmen Ramora Puga talked about how bottom-up approaches, so what is done by the local people, is disconnected to the top-down planning. However, this mismatch might be integrated by an ethnographical approach. Today, Rebecca Leibich told us all about what can go wrong after reforestation. And again, there is a gap between the reforestation reports and what is actually done in the field. She argued that reforestation management over several years and enriched planting are necessary. Eduardo Luna Sanchez amused us with the bon mot that failure is the first step to learning. But there's a limited margin to report failures and unexpected results in biosphere reserves evaluations. He presented really visually that there's always an easy way, which is wrong, and a right way, which is, of course, complex and difficult. He looked at evaluations and why they don't lead to change and are not used for decision-making at the moment, but are only done to show that money is well spent or to justify policies that are already in place. In a similar vein, Simon Strobelt and Michael van Kokemba presented an evaluation model to increase the overall knowledge base for long-term strategies in biosphere reserves. They reported about a lot of violent conflicts between local community and national park rangers in Uganda, fueled by a lack of communication and conflict mediators. The Biosphere Reserve is like non-existent on the ground. Nobody knew about it until the researchers came. This seems to be not only the case in Uganda, but also in other regions. Sharat Hulihali Mansunta, was talking about a different kind of conflict, human-wildlife interactions. But this conflict data is regulated and not openly accessible. However, the recognition and awareness could lead to mitigation strategies like a night traffic ban. In total contrast, Saida Misogo Muimene, I'm sorry, showed how to facilitate biodiversity with bio-inputs and thereby helping nature and people alike. Here, microbiology, genetics and medicine and biosphere reserves met and opened new possibilities. And as a last addition, we had a surprise presentation by Nadine Bechstein and Leonard Grabsch. They were talking about the East-West dialogue with Ukraine and Moldova. They built an international research group that worked together in forests and investigated how trees react to microclimate changes. Their hypothesis is that more matured forests should have more buffer capacity for temperature change. They are planning adaptive management strategies, and they need it. Due to, for example, COVID and the recent events in the Ukraine, several things have not gone according to plan, and so they have major challenges. I thank all the presenters for the insightful presentations. And now I will shortly present the challenges and benefits, if I have time, okay. And again, I would like some visualization elements. So if you had the same challenge or similar experiences, please shortly raise your hand. By this, we use the sense of community and raise awareness that people are not alone with their challenges and experiences. Challenges. Most of the challenges may be subsumed under the term, please mind the gap. In some sense, that is meant quite literally, as highways may cut biosphere reserves into 2 parts or more and lead to a lot of local roadkill. But there's also a gap between concepts and reality. And as we all know, language is limiting our way of thinking. As an example, innovations may not be detected as they are different from what we expect. Innovations may be very old and useful things that are applied in new ways. You may find current innovations in historical papers that are not in English. Would you have searched there? There's a big concept reality gap. The concept of innovation and the innovations on the ground mismatch. The innovation on the ground is not recognized, sometimes not even by the innovators, who find their doings quite normal and therefore don't communicate what they are doing. Is anyone raising their hand? Okay. There they are. And also there is a concept reality gap in reforestation reports. First, there sometimes is a tedious process to get data or to get permission to collect data, so access to data is a general problem. Second, there's a challenge with how to communicate results of research to political decision makers in an appropriate way for long-term improvement. Also, in some areas, there's a problem to communicate sensitive scientific research without risking the safety and scientific freedom of whistleblowers, especially if there is an intense conflict. And third, if the knowledge is actually communicated, there's another challenge. Evaluations, which are generally feared by all stakeholders, are not used to change policies, but to justify them. There is no adaptive management. And again, as we heard, repetition is very useful. There's a gap between knowing and doing. Additional challenges: access to information, fundamentally problems with awareness, and questions that arise very often in interviews with local people. What is a biosphere reserve? Where is the biosphere reserve? And what is a biosphere reserve good for? So with that question, we come to potential opportunities and benefits. What is a biosphere reserve good for? There are synergies and informal relationships, trust and collaboration, as well as dialogue that may bridge the gap between concepts and reality. Specifically, the ethnographic approach, as well as participatory measures that are open for feedback, are helpful in inducing understanding and minimizing the risk of oversimplification and help people to develop a sense of place. People working in or with biosphere reserves, the staff, knows of the issues, and with trust, the knowledge can be obtained and could be used. However, stakeholders that have to lose something are not that open. Biosphere Reserves facilitates research, also international and interdisciplinary research. Additionally, all the research brings awareness for things that otherwise would have been neglected. Also, there's money for reforestation management and sustainable development. But half of the participants did not write any benefits or opportunities, and the big benefit was the fast production of scientific knowledge that just has to be integrated to make a change. Again, there's a gap between knowledge and transfer. Finally, let's face it, we need a really good metaphor for biosphere reserves to explain it to everybody involved, and maybe also for us to grasp the severity and possibilities of our work. It is just a concept, just a vision. Therefore, we need to write and share all the biosphere stories about failure and unexpected success to increase the self-confidence in global and local actors. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Group B, and I would also like to thank Professor Emeritus Martin Price for moderating Group B, as well as Sheila Nana Ahua Akong for the great group work. So thank you very much, Group B. That was very, very well done. Yes, and now we move on to Group C, Sustainable Societies and Economies. I would like to invite our rapporteurs. First would be Martin Balash, and then joined by Ms. Caroline Meyer.
Thank you. What a hard task now. I think I liked your almost closing remarks of the conference, Jane. All right, we were Group C, covering the issue of sustainable societies and, if I may have the remark, in brackets, economies, because there was only one topic mentioning this. Anyways, we had a lot of very interesting presentations. It was 12, and they mainly put a focus on societal structures, on recent developments, as well as governance issues of biosphere reserves. And we had quite a lot of diverse approaches, and from a lot of different parts of the world, covering a lot of case studies. And I think this already reflects the overall global diversity of biosphere reserves at all. And that's why we tried to find some clusters for the presentations, and we came up with 3 groups that we tried to structure the overall presentations. And the first one is the research on governance structures, monitoring practices, and sustainable development approaches. So a rather general cluster. Another one was mostly research on stakeholder involvement, societal structures, and special roles of indigenous communities. And the third one was research on perceptions and the management of cultural as well as land use systems. And of course, the presentations quite overlapped in their thematic focus. So actually, it cannot really be clustered. Still, we did it. Maybe if we would find one overarching topic, it would be that they all dealt with overall transformative issues. Well, let's summarize them. So maybe you can keep in mind 2 main keywords that summarize all of the presentations, and they are capacities and collaboration. Yesterday, we discussed 2 main topics. The first one was how can management practices and governance structures actually better be assessed and monitored. And we had Thomas Suklin with a very interesting, and we called it provocative, starting presentation, where he put or gave us deeper insights in this ecosystem governance theory by IUCN, and he highlighted the need for qualitative governance processes. Then me, myself, gave a presentation and tried to highlight also the need for impact and performance-related information for sustainable management. And I also provided a case how monitoring of the tertiary sector can actually be advanced by using existing research methods and supplementing them with additional data. Then we had Georgina Wilson, very interesting, who explored in her ongoing study how adaptive management is already implemented in biosphere reserves, giving us detailed insights into Kruger Two Canyons Biosphere Reserve in South Africa. And then we had Marcelo Leguia Cruz, who also pointed out the necessity for the monitoring of the performance of biosphere reserves, and he examined this in a biosphere reserve in Chile.
Yeah, then in the second part of yesterday's presentations, we talked about the question how local communities and especially indigenous communities can be better involved in policy and development programs in biosphere reserves. And here we had a case study by Myeon Jo, who reported on the process of designation of the Yeoncheon Imin River Biosphere Reserve in Korea. And she suggested conditions for strengthening the capacities of local communities and regional development strategies for the sustainable development in the area. And then I myself contributed my research, which deals with underlying power relations in UNESCO and within this structure injustices, which arguably impede the program to attain its own goals until today. And in my research, I explore the research puzzle. Why does it remain a challenge to interweave local and or indigenous knowledge or perspectives in global environmental programs, even though it's important and widely recognized that this is important?
Yeah, this morning it was all about stakeholder engagement and communities as drivers for change, which we were doing here in the streaming sessions. We had Julie Ostrem, who examined the current forms of collaboration across Canadian UNESCO Biosphere Reserves to uncover benefits, barriers, and enablers to collaboration. Then we had Felix Przesdzink, who did an extensive stakeholder network analysis with the aim to develop a blueprint to analyze and optimize the collaboration of conservation stakeholders in northwestern Germany. And finally, we had Nils Unthan, who developed an approach to analyze factors that foster or hinder the emergence of social innovations and the role of biosphere reserves as enablers of transitions.
And then in the presentations this afternoon, we mainly dealt with local perceptions of cultural landscapes and transformative challenges around land use and biosphere reserves. And Tamara Shah gave us a very interesting insight in her mixed methods approach for identifying different perceptions of the landscape by using photos and interviews to reflect landscape narratives among stakeholders in the Biosphere Reserve Spreewald in Germany. Then the second presentation by Divya Rajeswari Swaminathan examined in her very impressive study how agricultural transformation and the designation of protected areas are impacting the land use and livelihoods of a biosphere reserve in Tamil Nadu in India. And last but not least, the presentation by Rebecca Quaglia, who elaborated on the potential that beekeeping has for the local community in Mount Elgon in Kenya, and how the communities can actually contribute towards conservation by adopting sustainable practices while making a livelihood of their efforts.
All right, to sum it up, with challenges and benefits, to remember, it was all about capacities and collaboration. So that's why the major challenge we actually found quite often was the lack of capacities, and also the lack of professional administrative resources within biosphere reserves. Also, which has been elaborated perfectly, we also were talking a lot about the concept reality gap. So just writing it down in a concept and a management plan doesn't really mean that it's actually implemented on site or in practice. This was a huge discussion point. Also, we found a lot of bureaucratic burdens on site that also might hinder some research. Also, communication was quite an issue in our group. The lack of target-oriented communication and also the information exchange amongst different stakeholders have been discussed quite a lot. As well as the weakness or some weaknesses in community participation, not just like seeing everything from the ivory tower of research. This was one quote that has been said this morning, as well as trying to actually gain or increase the outreach, because until now it is still quite limited. And Line Meyer, also I have to mention it, she gave us a very important and critic study on the Western-centric perspectives, which is still present in the structural frameworks of international institutions, such as UNESCO.
Well then, I'm going to delve into the benefits of doing research in the Man and the Biosphere program. And we just realized that biosphere reserves can be enabling institutional exchange on various different scales and levels. And also the status of a biosphere reserve opens the room for in-depth research in various different social aspects, like we talked about the social aspects. I'm sure this applies to many other disciplines as well. Furthermore, the framework of the Man and the Biosphere program and biosphere reserves themselves reveal stakeholder issues like social challenges, inequalities and conflicts. So it makes it quite obvious once you look at it. Biosphere reserves can be potential platforms that can allow for collaboration and cooperation between various stakeholder groups. It can, it doesn't have to. And then, last but not least, being here at this conference and meeting, exchanging with so many young researchers from all over the world is definitely a benefit that we would like to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, Group C. And last but not the least, let's move on to the fourth group on ecosystem services. And by the way, thank you, Professor Shukyung Shim, for the moderation for Group C, so the third group. And I would like to call our rapporteurs, Ms. Angela Dichte and Ms. Charlotte Gur, for the final report.
Okay, and Andres will join us.
Me? Okay. I lost the presentation here. Very bad. Okay, great. We got several presentations from different parts of the world in our session, and from example, from Arab Republic of Egypt, we had a presentation from Côte d'Ivoire, from Ethiopia, from Germany. Oh, sorry. And we had a presentation from, very good presentation from Ghana, from Kazakhstan, from Malaysia, and from Norway too. We had a presentation, two presentations from Philippines, and a presentation from Tunisia, and one from Uzbekistan. It's here for the case. It's in gray, sorry. Next, please. In the morning, we had the presentation by Charlotte Gore from Mac Reimov and Metsebu Sembeto Duguma on using remote sensing to assess the ecological effectiveness, ecosystem services, and land cover changes in biosphere reserves. The next group of presentations was from Reka Sajorni, Zakaria Almashbak, and Seina Buran on plastic litter pollution, microplastics in seawater, and biomarker identification in biosphere reserves. The next group of presentations was from Kwandio Koingi, Jarod Kusens, Jana Kachler, and Roman Isaac on degradation factors in fishery and nature contributions to people in different biosphere reserves. And the fourth group of presentations was from Somaya Ghoraba, Isaac Barnes, and Lea J Gajardo on the conservation status, livelihood interventions, and cultural values in biosphere reserves. The main aspect of the presentation will be summarized by Charlotte.
This is also working, right?
Yes.
I can also use this one. Great. So we tried to summarize some of the benefits that were mentioned during the presentations of on research with and for biosphere reserves. A lot of them mentioned the international network and collaboration possibilities while doing their research. Also, one aspect was that biosphere reserves are a global concept, so it's also possible to do a global analysis of these reserves. Then also they offer opportunities for applied science and citizen science approaches, which is also linked to interdisciplinary teams and transdisciplinary work. It also was mentioned that different approaches were integrated and that research tools from geoinformation but also participatory mapping was mentioned and introduced, and also a lot of different interviews were conducted in biosphere reserves. One benefit that was mentioned as well was that really good and deep relations with local communities were established. And then we have one benefit which will be also mentioned as a challenge, the availability of data. So on the one hand, there's some data already available depending on the research topic and also the area, I guess. But yeah, it's also going to be mentioned as a challenge. Then also biosphere reserves, some of them were involved in actually creating research ideas and presenting them to the researchers as an opportunity to do their research or to try to answer research questions. They also provided needs and also supported during the actual research. So the biosphere reserves management authorities. And then one aspect was that also focusing on biosphere reserves during your research project gives it a unique angle. And maybe this relates also to biosphere reserves as a global concept, but that this upscaling and downscaling is possible if you do local studies, regional studies, global studies. And also with the concept behind biosphere reserves, you can have deeper investigations into best practices and looking at standardization. Another aspect was that the research facilitated capacity building of the research, but also the communities, and that local knowledge was produced or is produced. And then that research in biosphere reserves is also feasible, or it's useful to do multi-scale approaches to governance from local to global scales. And before I hand over to the challenges, we wanted to acknowledge that despite the pandemic and ongoing wars and the difficulties in doing field research, but also desk duties, that all the presenters came here to present their work and showed what they have done.
All right. Oh, that's loud. I'm going to talk about the challenges. So as Charlotte said already, data availability, of course, can be a benefit when you're working with biosphere reserves, because there might be already a lot, but this is not the case, of course, in all areas. So it was also really often mentioned that this is a challenge, the data availability. Then, also cooperation, of course, was also mentioned as a benefit. So there are sometimes already well-established corporations locally, but also in the network. But it, can also be a challenge, especially if the biosphere reserves are rather new, or didn't manage yet to establish good connections and collaborations. Then this is also can also be a big challenge then to reach out, and especially also to local communities. That was often mentioned. Then to get then really the stakeholders on board. That was already, yep. And also connected to this point, then there was sometimes a limited representation of indigenous knowledge. At least once we had the case that it was mentioned that there's a mismatch of the research goals and the goals of the Biosphere Reserve. This is, of course, quite challenging, I would say. Then, we all might know this. If there is a change in the management, in the administration of the Biosphere Reserve, then this relates again also to the long-term cooperations that you can build. There might be a completely new governance or new idea of the Biosphere Reserve, and then this is, of course, also a challenge then for the researcher who wants to build long-term, research maybe or corporations. Science communication was quite a topic today also. How to communicate what was found out. How to, again, also relates to one of the former points, how to get the people on board. We were talking about this today. It's really important to go to the people, not to just invite them and then be disappointed if nobody's coming, but really go there and be proactive. And of course, funding, always an issue. Right, so some conclusions. I'm sorry if I'm too long, yes. So how to activate the Biosphere Reserve network and collaboration. Of course, this is a great opportunity that we have with Biosphere Reserves and the network of Biosphere Reserves, but how to further engage this. I think there's always, there's still a lot of room to strive for more. Please ignore the second point. That was work in progress. Benefits of course, did you add that? Benefits and challenges not always equally applicable. I mentioned that earlier. Of course, every biosphere reserve is different. In some you have more benefits, in some it's still more challenging. So this was also quite often mentioned. I think it's very, very obvious if you're talking about this so the idea for the research should come from the Biosphere Reserve would be really good. They should provide information and the research needs. There should be more investment in education, awareness, and equipment. And the biodiversity crisis. So this puts a lot of pressure on researchers. We need, fast outputs. This is, of course, a challenge. You have to deal with this pressure. How to be as effective as possible. Then the transition, that was a topic today. We actually observed this, that there is a transition from the concept of ecosystem services to the nature contribution to people concept. And yeah, also moving away from this focus on monetary valuation rather to the cultural services or contributions. And then today we also had a presentation, as you said, on the IUCN Red List of ecosystems. And we were wondering, or we can discuss if this might be an approach or concept that should be more also supported by biosphere reserves and by the network. Okay, do you want to add? Yeah, and there are some pictures. This was the group from yesterday who presented, and there's another one. Yeah. This is the group from today. Yes.
As you notice, some of the reflections was with interrogation, so we are very happy to continue the discussion with all this great audience, and we wanted to remark the thing that we can see all these very good presentations from all over the world, from research that has been doing in very difficult times, in very difficult regions, in very difficult conditions, and including pandemia. And so we are very, very happy that this could have been done. And so we think all of you deserve a big applause. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Group D, for your presentation. And again, thank you to everyone, to all of the early career presenters. You did a good job. And again, tonight, please wait for the announcement of the winners of the Magda Staudinger Prize. So we expect to award 4 of you with a prize tonight. Okay, and with that, we wrap up our presentation session, and that also wraps up my moderation for today. And you will find a new face, which I will now pass on to Professor Katja Arts, also from the Eberswalde University for Sustainable Development, and be ready for some group work.
Thank you very much. I'm very much honored to do that moderation today. And I will do it in a very joyful and playful way. So relax, have a smile on your face. And this already is scientific evidence, because people found out that people, when they are happy
down from Romania. She was a queen of Tanzania, but now we live in suburbia without any friends of Tanzania. My baby came down from Romania. She was a queen of Tanzania, but now we live in suburbia without any friends of Tanzania. Come on, baby, this is what you need. Everybody dancing to this beat. Come on, baby, this is what you need. Disco, disco, partizani. Disco, disco, partizani. Party, party, partizani. Disco, disco, partizani. Party, party, partizani. Sedge, alege, Noah, insulege. Opt, pod, musica non-stop. Sedge, alege, Noah, insulege. Opt, pod, musica non-stop.
Când te văd mă pierd cu firea, nu poți stăpâni privirea. Dansezi bine, ești mortală și cu frumusețea ta îi bași pe toți în goală. Orice bărbat te dorește, când te vede nebunește. Ți-ar da bani, ți-ar da orice, ți-ar da și casă. Pentru tine și-ar lăsa nevasta. Come on baby, this is what you need. Everybody dancing to this beat. Come on baby, this is what you need.
Disco, disco, partizani. Disco, disco, partizani. Party, party, partizani. Disco, disco, partizani. Party, party, partizani. Sedge, alege, Noah, insulege. Opt, pod, musica non-stop. Sedge, alege, Noah, insulege. Opt, pod, musica non-stop.
Hello. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so happy to hear all that talking here, all this conversation ongoing, all this exchange, very good. And we will continue in just a while. We continue outside later this evening. Let me start our program for tonight. Let me briefly say, my name is Uli Gräbner, Managing Director of the Biosphere Reserves Institute of Eberswalde University for Sustainable Development. I will guide you through the evening. I try to be very brief. We are some minutes late already, and I know some of you might be hungry already, but bear with us. It will be interesting. We have very nice speakers, greeting words, and before I continue, I ask Matthias Barth, President of HNEE, to do the start.
Thank you very much. So before the nice speakers come, the President talks. All right then. Dear State Secretary of the German Ministry of Environment, Bettina Hoffmann, dear Director of the Ecological Program of UNESCO, Dr. Noeline Vaondri-Wakoto Aviosa, dear Deputy Secretary of the German UNESCO Commission and representative of the German Man and Biosphere Committee, Dr. Lutz Möller, dear members of the Advisory Committee of the conference, dear representatives of the indigenous communities, dear early career researchers, dear research managers, dear colleagues. It really is a great honor to welcome you all on behalf of our patron of that conference, Minister Dr. Schüle, and Eberswalde University to this conference on science and research in, for, and with UNESCO Biosphere Reserves. After weeks of preparation for the whole team and Eberswalde University, it's really a relief to see everything is starting, and I dare to say starting rather smoothly. We even fixed the weather for you, so you will have a lot of sunshine over the next days. You're welcome. And I just want to briefly introduce you, what are we up to these days that are to come. So maybe let's start with some facts and figures. We have more than 100 guests from close to 50 countries, nearly 50 early career researchers with us, over 40 managers of research in biosphere reserves from different organizations, from municipalities or agencies, some from academia, some from biosphere reserves themselves. We have more than 10 key lectures and about 80 presentations. So it really is a packed program that you are about to see in the coming days. If you have a look in the program, it says setting the scene for my short introduction. So let's do that. Let's quickly do that by addressing three main questions from my side. First question would be, why is such a conference timely and important? We are living really in a time of turmoil. Bad news everywhere around us, and global challenges that needs to be that are widely shared and that need a supported and widely shared answer and a new approach. We need to learn from and with each other how to respond to these challenges we see all around us. For such learning, we need focal points that bring together like-minded people and that helps us to join forces. It is UNESCO, in my opinion, which here really has an increasingly important role. It is the blueprint of an organization that globally connects to support action for the important steps to be taken. Within UNESCO, it really is the Man and Biosphere Program as an intergovernmental scientific program that aims to establish a scientific basis for enhancing the relationship between people and their environment. And it's such a program that combines the natural and social sciences with a view to improving human livelihoods and safeguarding natural and managed ecosystems. By doing so, it is an important step towards sustainability, and it is an innovative approach to economic development that is socially and culturally appropriate. Within this program for biosphere reserves and what is happening here, there, plays a crucial role. With this conference, it is intended to further develop the scientific basis for exactly that role, through learning from and with each other. We here at Eberswalde University want to be a driver of progress in that important area, and we are more than happy that you came and joined us for this conference. This brings us to my second question. Why is Eberswalde University the ideal place and actor for such a conference? For many years, Eberswalde University is now dedicated to sustainability, and we are striving to be a driver for the sustainability transformation through research and outreach, but also in our study programs. We adopted as university and whole institution approach to be a real world lab for the kind of change and transformation which is needed. Biosphere research and research and development in and with biosphere reserves is a main focus of our work throughout, and is leading to activities like this, to having a conference on science and research in and for and with biosphere reserves. Consequently, already in 2019, we established the Biosphere Research Institute to give that important research area a visible and dedicated space. The Biosphere Research Institute is doing research with and on biosphere reserves, adding expertise to the community and engaging deeply with local actors. Within BRI, as the short form of Biosphere Research Institutes, we bring together our expertise in teaching, in research, and in our third mission. We offer an international master degree in biosphere research management. We host a doctoral program specialized in scientific work related to biosphere reserves. And we maintain a research group responsible for the identification and funding of research projects on biosphere reserves. So coming to the third and last question I want to address. What are we striving for in the near future, and how does that conference contribute? BRI, the Biosphere Research Institute, stands for what we want to be as Eberswalde University for Sustainable Development in general, an important node in a larger network. Let me explain that a bit further. We believe in place-based, contextualized research with local and regional partners to create meaningful outcomes. Here we co-produce knowledge and empower different stakeholders to contribute to the sustainability transformation. So this is our not part. But this is not happening only here with us and not only on a local level. This is why we are deeply integrated, interwoven in a global network. It's this, because this is what brings the learning together and from each other, that idea that brings us together on a conference like today and in our research. And now we also want to bring that to a new level and have applied in March 2022 for the status of a UNESCO Partner Institute. We are now looking forward to UNESCO evaluating all our activities, and we are positive that during the General Conference in 2023, a decision will be taken to grant us that status. This will even strengthen our role of a node in such a global network. So after addressing these three questions and setting the scene as I was asked, let me close with two reminding remarks. Two aspects that are utterly important for me and for us as a host. The first is about the sustainability of such a conference. We really, as an organization, knowing what the carbon footprint also with the travel brings of such a conference, and always trying to balance sort of the outcomes of such a conference from the impact, we tried our best and strive really for having an as sustainable conference as possible. So you will be able to have regional and organic food with meals that are regional, organic, and mostly vegetarian. We are working on CO2. Now it's getting serious. We are working on CO2 compensation also for all the travels, and we will have projects to offset our impact here. And we've been following a diversity concept with a balanced composition in terms of world, region, and gender with our participants. So we really try to strive for a sustainable conference. If you have further ideas or comments on how we can do even better, please please address us. That is an important and serious issue for us. The second remark is referring back to how I started. The one noble job a president has by opening such a conference is not to forget a single important person in the welcoming address at the beginning. Did I succeed in this? Not quite. Not quite, because some of our important and close partners and friends are not or not as planned with us. Those of you who know Eberswalde University, who know the Biosphere Research Institute and the colleagues working here, are aware of the close relationship we have with colleagues in the Ukraine. And I trust you are aware how it deeply saddens us that due to Putin's ruthless aggression happening for weeks now and as we speak, these partners are not present in a way we all anticipated and planned. So let me extend my greetings, first of all to Vasil Pokinchevada from the Carpathian Biosphere Reserve, a member of the advisory board at BRI who should be with us this moment. Let me also welcome in person Uliana Bashutska from the Ecology Ukraine National Forest University, Andriy Holovko also from the Ukraine National Forest University, Yulia Nikitchenko from the Department of Environmental Management and Entrepreneurship from the Taras Shevchenko National University of Kiev, and last but not least, Victoria Kutba from the National Transport University of Ukraine in Kiev. I am grateful and honored that you are here to have this conference together with you, and I want to assure you our support, partnership, and our dedication to further collaboration. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me once more welcome all of you and wish us all a fruitful and inspiring conference together to learn together and from each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthias Barth. Let me now welcome Bettina Hoffmann. Ms. State Secretary, I don't know if you need to say parliamentarian State Secretary in English as well. We are so honored that you made your way here. We are so happy to have you here and hear your greeting words. I will not continue. It's better to hear you. May I ask you?
UNESCO Division Director Noeline, Professor Barth, President of the Eberswalde University of Sustainable Development, Professor Price, ladies and gentlemen, conference participants, dear friends of the Ukraine. It's a great pleasure to make a few opening remarks today on behalf of the German Environment Ministry to kick off the International Research Conference. First, I would like to warmly welcome all of you and extend a special welcome to the international guests from around the world. Welcome to the Schorfheide-Chorin Biosphere Reserve. It's a special place. Of the 16 UNESCO Biosphere Reserves in Germany, it's one of the 3 oldest. There is a wealth of experience here. I can surely also benefit and provide inspiration for this very important UNESCO event. I'm delighted that over 100 researchers from more than 50 countries have gathered here to discuss current issues relating to the UNESCO program Men in the Biosphere, the MAP program in short. My particular thanks go to the Eberswalde University for Sustainable Development and its Biosphere Reserves Institute for the excellent work organizing this international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the current global challenges, but above all biodiversity loss associated with climate change, compel us to test and widely introduce innovative, more sustainable methods for using natural resources. This requires regions that lead the way and put new ideas into practice. It also requires practice-aligned research that drives innovation and supports the introduction of new ideas. The German Environment Ministry firmly believes that biosphere reserves play a very key role here. The ministry has strongly supported UNESCO MAP program for decades, not just nationally, but worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next few days, you will discuss how research can be better integrated in the work of the Biosphere Reserves. This is so important because positive examples in the world network of biosphere reserves are not shared effectively enough, either within the network or beyond. Coordinated research funding needs to be expanded in this global network and its regional networks. This is exactly why we need this kind of dedicated dialogue. The activities in biosphere reserves aim to promote scientific work and educational initiatives in biodiversity and sustainable development. Capacity building is another priority. Support for mitigation and adaptation measures is needed more urgently than ever before. We must address the impacts of climate change and other aspects of global environmental changes. In my view, there is a room for improvement in all these areas. Achieving these goals requires dedicated, transformation-oriented research as well as the targeted application of scientific findings. Dialogue among all biosphere reserves is particularly important. The World Network of Biosphere Reserves is ideal for this kind of exchange. The Lima Action Plan calls for the creation of sustainable research infrastructure. It seeks to establish an active and open interdisciplinary network of scientists who share the vision and the mission of man in the biosphere. This goal will be achieved by an international network of scientists working in and with biosphere reserves and a joint research and science agenda for this international network. This conference will make an important contribution to achieving and furthering the scientific goals for the Lima Action Plan. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Coordinating Committee of the MAP program met for the first time in 1971 and laid the foundation for a completely new type of protected area, the Biosphere Reserve. Harmonious human development with and in its surrounding natural environment was declared the main goal. The Biosphere Reserve idea continues to meet with growing approval around the world. Over the last 5 decades, it had become a great success. Today, Biosphere Reserves are a global network of model regions. They allow us to test sustainable forms for research, use and options for adaptation to changing environmental, economic and social conditions together with all stakeholders. The impressive number of 27 UNESCO Biosphere Reserves in 131 countries make up this unique world network. The new Biosphere Reserves will be added in June of this year. Ladies and gentlemen, the MAP program was established to seek innovative approaches, especially in research, monitoring, and education for sustainable development. It also focuses on capacity building and implementing model projects. These approaches go far beyond nature conservation and are suitable as models for a sustainable way of life. Biosphere reserves are a key element in ensuring a livable planet also for the future generations. They are an effective instrument of climate action and serve as examples for adapting to the impacts of climate change. This is particularly true in the areas of sustainable development, land use, green economy, preserving ecosystem services, energy efficiency, and the use of renewable energy. Beyond this, biosphere reserves are places of learning for sustainable development. This aspect is also extremely important. In 2011, the MAP conference in Dresden concluded that the capacities of the MAP program and the biosphere reserves need to focus more on mitigation and adapting to the impacts of climate change. This includes, in particular, better integration of their contributions in national and international climate strategies and policies. Both then and now, the aim is to further develop biosphere reserves as model regions for sustainable development and to use best practices and lessons learned as much as possible. With our research conference here at Werbelinsee, we want to support problem-driven, interdisciplinary and applied research, monitoring and assessment. This also encompasses traditional knowledge. The outcomes of these activities must be better integrated in national and international research programs and projects. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to research, innovative economic instruments also play an important role in biosphere reserves to ensure that the integrity of ecosystems and biodiversity can be maintained. This is particularly true for the extraction of natural resources and more sustainable energy generation. In 2015, UNESCO adopted the MAP strategy 2015 to 2025 for this purpose and put it into effect in 2016. At that time, the strategy was forward-looking. However, the year 2025 is almost upon us. Today, with you, we would like to think about the future in order to be better prepared for coming decades. One particular pressing issue, especially for us here in Europe, is the question of the energy transition. In other words, moving away from fossil fuels towards renewable energy. The Russian attack on Ukraine requires swift action to secure the energy supply. However, we cannot lose sight on our long-term vision, which sets a clear course. We must reduce our environmental footprint. Low-carbon energy is what we all need. Biosphere reserves have always helped by showing how this can be done. They can set an example for how conservation goals and use requirements can be combined. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm especially pleased that this very important conference is taking place here in UNESCO Biosphere Reserve. The outcomes will certainly be successful and far-reaching and lead further innovations in the MAP program. Thank you very much.
State Secretary Hoffmann, thank you. Thank you very much, and that you keep us in good memory. I have a little present here. So it reads, let action speak. Inside is, on the one side, a recycling block, a project of Eberswalder students who thought we have so many papers that come out of the printers and that should be used again in a product. And this comes out of it. And a pencil. The funny thing about this pencil is once you have done it, you put it in the ground and it grows a new tree. And this honey is honey produced at Eberswalde University. So.
Thank you very much.
Next, I would like to introduce to you Dr. Stefan Lüttges. He would be the next speaker, and unfortunately he fell sick, so he didn't make it. It is this time in our, I don't know, century. We have Corona around. He couldn't come. Our thoughts are with him. I don't know if he's watching us now. Get better quickly. But we found a good and quick replacement. Stefan Lüttges would have been speaking to you as the chairman of the German MAP committee. And on his behalf, we have now Dr. Lutz Möller with us, and he will take over. Thank you for jumping in, Lutz. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Uli. State Secretary Hoffmann, Director Noelin Rounding, President Matthias Barth, friends, colleagues, young researchers from all across the world, research coordinators from Biosphere Reserves from all across the world. It's so great to be with you. I would like to start my short intervention on behalf of Stefan Lüttges, who can't be with us, and on behalf of the German MARP committee, vaguely along the lines that have been laid down for him, but I try to speak freely as I think adequate. I would like to take off from where Matthias Barth has said, from also welcoming specifically our guests from Ukraine. We are so proud and happy to have you with us. And I would like to take off with the key task of UNESCO, which has been laid down already in its constitution of 1945, to build the defenses of peace in the minds of men and women, of course. That's our task today. And it's more important than ever. I've been in Paris recently for the discussions in the UNESCO Executive Board, and what was most striking to me there was when we discussed the war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, to hear the ambassadors of the small island developing states speak to all of the rest of the world and say, we cannot lose this time. We cannot lose this time that this war costs us, because this war will probably will lead that we lose maybe 2-3 years of crucial negotiation for biodiversity conservation to mitigate climate change. This war is horrible for finding solutions to the real problems that our world has to solve today, better yesterday. And for this, I think our strong signs of solidarity to our colleagues of Ukraine, but also a welcome in this family of UNESCO partners, networks all across the world. I think what is really special about UNESCO as an intergovernmental organization of 193 member states is, in comparison to all other United Nations special agencies, is its close connection to thousands, hundreds of thousands of partners locally on the ground. These are the biosphere reserves all around the world, 16 of them in Germany, and many more in Germany interested to come. We have 2 currently in the preparation of their nomination, but even more regions in Germany who want to join this global network because they see its great value. We have World Heritage Sites, more than 50 in Germany. We have UNESCO Global Geoparks, 8 of them alone in Germany. We have partners in schools, the UNESCO Associated Schools Project, 300 at least of them, at least in Germany. UNESCO chairs many more networks. What does all of those networks bring together? To bring together the goals of the United Nations, the 2030 agenda, with a very concrete situation on the ground, because abstract political goals as laid down in the 2030 agenda, they don't mean anything if we don't put them into practice, if we don't find real solutions on the ground through really confronting these goals with concrete reality. And this is where the UNESCO networks, the UNESCO designations and their partners, this is you, the researchers and the research directors from the Biosphere Reserves, where they really come into play. Because it's really easy to say, we have to stop poverty until 2030. We have to stop biodiversity loss until 2030. That's easy to lay down, but how do we get there? How do we find the solutions? And how do we generate solutions that then are transferable to other places? And this is exactly where you come into play, where we need you, where we need the managers of the Biosphere Reserves and the researchers, because we will not be able to find these solutions just by randomly trying out some things. We have to do it on a knowledge-based. We have to do it systematically. We have to build knowledge, and we have to bring together all knowledge that we can. We have to combine the scientific knowledge, acting through a very rigorous scientific approach, together with local and indigenous knowledge. So we have to combine all knowledge resources and then to try out what is working. And we have to be aware of the conflict of interests that exists everywhere human beings live. We have to be aware that also the goals of the 2030 agenda, they also conflict with each other. The economic growth doesn't necessarily go together hand in hand with climate change mitigation. We have to find compromises, we have to solve dilemmata, we have to solve conflicts of interests and sometimes conflicts of very legitimate interests and values. So this is all a huge task. We have to cope with so-called rebound effects. We have to work at local and national and global scales at the same time. So it's not easy, but all that just works out if we are working on the level of knowledge and not just at the level of just declaring international goals. So that's where UNESCO, where the United Nations in and the partners and the stakeholders of the UNESCO Biosphere Reserves have such important partners for the future. We really need you. And we need them, we need the UNESCO networks also as the ambassadors and the multiplicators of this message, of the 2030 agenda of peace and security. We are here on behalf and upon invitation of the Eberswalde University. And it has been mentioned already by Matthias Barth that the university, which is the smallest university in Brandenburg, but a real jewel, I have to say it's a real jewel in the German university landscape. There it is definitely the university in Germany which takes sustainable development really very much forward in very practical terms, and this is due to the president, but also to his predecessor, who is also among us. I think this has been a joint effort of the entire university, really take sustainable development serious. And now they have applied at the end of March to UNESCO for the Biosphere Reserve Institute, which has been established here a few years ago to receive the status of a UNESCO Category 2 center. That means an institute under the permanent auspices of UNESCO. And with that new partnership with UNESCO, which we hope that will be decided by UNESCO, by the General Conference of UNESCO in late 2023. Of course, a lot of evaluation has to come before that, so the task is far from done, and we have to probably really work hard to get there, but we will get a new addition to a very strong network of partners for biosphere reserves here in Germany. I think this is something here in this country which is quite unique, that we have a strong network of partners there. Of course, this is the MAB National Committee, which Dr. Steffen Lüttwisk, who I replace, is the chair of. The National Commission for UNESCO, which I represent, is a partner of that network. The biannual meeting of the Biosphere Reserves directors. We have the GIZ, which is internationally active in providing a lot of support to Biosphere Reserve. The SOCO Foundation also providing much support to Biosphere Reserves all around the world. So we all work hand in glove. We work together because in this country we really strongly believe in the instrument of Biosphere Reserve. This can really be a game changer, and we have to really work upon that. One further thing about research in biosphere reserves. I mean, maybe it has been mentioned already in the last 2 days for the early career researchers meeting. Here in the Shorefinder Corrine, there's actually one of the largest biodiversity monitoring experiments going on in Germany already since 2005 from the German Research Foundation, the DFG. It's the so-called Biodiversity Exploratory. It's a very large-scale infrastructure where dozens of researchers in Germany, basic research, is active. We need that, of course. We need to monitor what's going on with biodiversity, and that's great that we have basic research here and also in this biodiversity. There are only 4 of them in all of Germany. But in addition to basic research, we need applied research, of course. We need also something that UNESCO has been calling sustainability research and sustainability science. So that is, UNESCO has adopted a document in 2017, Guidelines for Sustainability Science. What is that? That means that is research that is structurally able to address the global challenges that we are facing today, because it involves not only scientists in an interdisciplinary way, but also in a transdisciplinary, participatory way, also local stakeholders, people on the ground, as knowledge holders, as co-designers of the research question, as co-generators of knowledge, and as co-implementers of knowledge. So we need also this kind of knowledge, and I'm sure that many of you are very experienced on that, and that you, by connecting yourself among young researchers and experienced research here at this conference, this also generates new momentum to bring forward such research that we really need, because we don't need research which stays in the ivory tower. We need research that generates also, in addition to knowledge, also useful results, because time is really running out. And with that, I thank you for your attention. I'm looking forward to the conference. And one last thing that I want to say is that we'll also make a small announcement to the award ceremony that we are going to have later. Last year, we have celebrated the 50th anniversary of the UNESCO Man Biosphere Program. Was a very important once-in-a-lifetime anniversary. 10 years earlier, we celebrated the 40th anniversary here in Germany with an international conference on climate change and biosphere reserves, and also held the MAP Council here in Germany, in Dresden. Now this year we also have an anniversary. It is an official UNESCO anniversary, celebrating a person that maybe not many people of you have heard about. The UNESCO MAP program in the 1960s and 70s have had many people who have contributed to its foundation. All of them who are not usually in the textbooks, all of them are men. But there is also one woman. She was from Germany. She went to UNESCO in 1963 and said, we need more nature conservation. She organized a meeting in Germany in 1964, said, we need more nature conservation. She went to the German Minister for Health at the time, the only woman in government at the time, said, we need more nature conservation, let's work with UNESCO. She organized a trans-European meeting in 1968, and then talked to UNESCO Director General at meetings, wrote letters to him, and then was very influential at the famous 1968 Biosphere Conference, saying we need really a partnership of man with nature. So she was really instrumental. Her name is Magda Staudinger. She was a member at the time of the German Commission for UNESCO, and that's why we hold her name high. I would like to take her like you to take home with you her name, and not because she was German, but because you have to know there was also a woman who was in charge in generating and bringing to life the Man and Biosphere program of UNESCO, and that definitely deserves her a time in history. You can read about her on Wikipedia. There's long articles about her, and we will award today for young researchers who made best contributions, an award today to honor her and remember her, and that my colleague Marlene is going to do that later on our behalf. I would like here to recall the name of Magda Staudinger as well. Thank you very much.
This one working? Yes.
Sorry for that.
Lutz, thank you very much. gentlemen, science and research in, for, and with UNESCO Biosphere Reserves. So we've learned already, and a lot of people know biosphere reserves as very nice places. Why do we need science here? What has research to do with UNESCO Biosphere Reserves? I think we need a bit of framing, we need some explanations, and who would be better placed than somebody from the organization who is running this program? And this is why I welcome very much Noeline Raondri Rakoto Aorsia. I practice a lot, but I could do it better earlier. Noeline, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Mrs. State Secretary, Federal Ministry of Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection, Dr. Bettina Hoffmann, President of Eberswalde University of Sustainable Development, Professor Dr. Matthias Barth, Deputy Secretary, German UNESCO Commission for UNESCO, Dr. Lutz Müller, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, friends. First of all, I have to convey to you the apologies of Dr. Shamila Nair-Bedouelle, Assistant Director General for Natural Sciences. She was very keen to come, but due to very late conflict of agenda, she could not be with us today. And me, personally, I'm delighted to be here and to be able to open this international conference on science and research in, for, and with UNESCO Biosphere Reserves. A lot of things have already been said, and very meaningful and very inspiring speech. It will be very difficult to talk after this. I will try anyway. To start with, I want to particularly congratulate the Biosphere Reserves Institute of the Eberswalde University for Sustainable Development for the organization of this important conference. And through your institute, I want also to pay tribute to Germany. Germany is one of the strongest and committed member states for the MAP program. And I want to say that today again, you prove your spirit of cooperation, your spirit of partnership by organizing this international conference with so many people from all over the world. And for that, I'm really grateful, because we need this kind of commitment. We need such dedicated member states to have a lively MAP program. Thank you very much. The institute which is hosting us today has been established in 2019, and for me it's it was yesterday. It's very, not so long. But when I heard what the former speaker said, you have achieved already a lot of things, and it's impressive. And you have, as you already said, applied to become a UNESCO Category 2 center, and I wish you good luck for this. And I'm sure that with what you are doing here, you might most probably achieve your goal for that. And I want also to say that we don't have so many Category 2 centers dedicated to the Biosphere Reserve, and we need more for that kind. And I'm very grateful that you are one of them. I am also very pleased to be here to share with you some insights of the UNESCO Man and Biosphere Program and of the scientific mission of UNESCO. As we all know, the MAP program was created in 1971, And last year, we celebrated its 50th anniversary. And as Lutz recalled, we had a number of events last year, and it will continue this year. And I am pleased to inform you that the last General Conference approved the establishment of the International Day for Biosphere Reserve, which will be celebrated every 3rd of November. So this year we'll have the first International Day for Biosphere Reserve, and I really invite you to participate to this first day and to the others to come, of course. The heart of the program, the MAB program, is a world network of Biosphere Reserve. It is a dynamic and interactive network of sites that promotes sustainable development, but it's also a dynamic and interactive network of people, an interactive network of researchers, of communities that are really aiming to one single thing, to live better on Earth and to live a better place also. And I think that it is nowadays an urgency to reach this vision. The networks of Biosphere Reserve, as you all know, has today 727 Biosphere Reserves in 131 countries, and it addresses nature conservation, climate change impacts, cultural diversity, and they promote solutions for global challenges based on scientific evidence. For us, we have the ambition to raise the Biosphere Reserve as game changer, global game changers. And researchers are, I think, one of the forces behind this change. And when you talk about researchers, I want to really focus my intervention on young researchers. I think that the future of the MAB program is the youth. And at UNESCO, we have a biodiversity framework, and it has 3 pillars. One of them is, of course, biodiversity conservation. The second one is restoration, not only restoration of ecosystem and biodiversity, but also restoration between human and nature, restoring the link we have with nature. And the third one is empowering youth, because we do believe that youth is key for the future. And as it has been already mentioned, the Lima Action Plan and the MAB strategy, the current one, will come to an end in 2025. And here I really want to make an appeal to the young people, the young researchers, the young people living in the communities. Please be part of the next drafting of the MAB action plan. Be part of the drafting of the MAB, the next MAB strategy, because we need to have new voices, we need to have new way of thinking, and we need to have people who will be there in 50 years when the MAB program will have 100-year-old. So please be with us when you are going to start drafting these key documents, and I'm sure that with you in this process, we may reach something that will be more sustainable. Research, practical learning, training opportunities, that is what is supporting the management of Biosphere Reserve and sustainable development. So I think that given this framework, this conference will be essential to shed light on the achievements in research and to guide future pathways. To support science in the sites, UNESCO has launched last year what we call UNESCO Network of International Environmental Experts, the UNESCO Earth Network. This project, this program, aims at creating a unique network of experts, including early career scientists that are trained with senior scientists. And this training team will support UNESCO-designated sites and demonstrate that living in harmony with nature is already possible. The main objective of the program is centered on capacity building for ecosystem management, mitigation and adaptation of ecosystem to the effects of climate change, and to support to youth and local communities for transformative change in values and practice. And I would like to invite you to become members of this newly created Earth Network. The call for sites and experts is still open on our website, so please have a look, and we will be happy to have you as members of this Earth Network. Now, this was a little bit a kind of institutional speech prepared for Shamila, so let me now speak on my own. The MAP program now is engaged in, I think, many things that are meaningful to what is the objective of this conference. One of them is networking. You have been networking since yesterday. I've seen it already. Very lively, very wealthy discussions. And you know that the MAP program and the Biosphere Reserves are organized mainly on regional networks. We have the EuroMAP network, AfriMAP network, and so on. But we are now in the Secretariat engaging more in thematic networks because we think that we need to focus also on very important themes, and that is where the research comes in. We need research to feed these thematic networks, and for the time being, we have been launching last week the first meeting of the mountainous Biosphere Reserves. We have a network on coastal and marine biosphere reserve, but we may have other kind of thematic networks. And I've looked at all the presentations that have been made during yesterday and today, and I think that there is a lot of opportunity there to really base this network on ongoing research and to support the research ongoing in Biosphere Reserve. So please think about it and think about what kind of thematic networks could really support you in your research activities. The second thing I would like to raise up is I talk about youth, and one thing that is important also for the MAP program is the intergenerational dialogue. I think that when you talk about communities, you talk about intergenerational things, intergenerational culture. And at the MAP program, we have also to be pushing for these international exchanges. And I am happy that we have here young researchers, young career researchers. We have professors in this room, and I will really appeal for a more strong intergenerational exchange, because we can learn from each other, young people from the elder and the elder from the young people, and even from the children. Children has a lot of we have a lot of to learn for children. So I would also really encourage intergenerational dialogue and intergenerational insights. Another thing that is important for us is open science. We are all researchers, and during the last General Conference, UNESCO General Conference approved a declaration on open science. You know, in the world there is a gap in terms of science. Some part of the world have the knowledge, some don't have. And one way to unlock this disparity is really to implement open science. Science should be a global heritage, a global asset for the humanity. And I hope that also when you are doing your research, you think about that. You think that you are doing research for your career, of course, but you are doing research for people. You are doing research to help people in their daily life. And to do that, to achieve that completely, we have to move to a more open science environment. Another thing that I would like to call upon is what we are going to have tomorrow and what already started yesterday, this conference. I think it's Lutz or Professor Barth talk about sustainability of this kind of gathering. It has to be more sustainable. And I really want to call upon the member states, call upon the partners to ensure that this kind of conference happen regularly. I think that it's a very important gathering. Personally, it's the first time that I see such a lively gathering, and maybe it's because also we have been through these 2 years of COVID and we didn't meet each other, but I think it's an opportunity, really, to continue this kind of exchange between us. And we will be very happy in the MAP Secretariat to look at ways how we can replicate this kind of conference, maybe not every year, maybe every 2 years, and it could take place in other Category 2 centers or in other UNESCO chairs all over the world. So let's try to really sustain this kind of conference, which is very, very useful and relevant for us. Thank you. Thank you. And I don't know if it is foreseen also, but having looked at all the presentations that have been given, I think it would be good to have the proceedings of this conference. It's important to have a tracking of what happened today. And because these young researchers, we would be very happy to know what happened to you in 10 years. Where are you? What are you doing? Is this conference bring something to you, to your life? So I think it's good to have proceedings, just to have a track on your careers, what you are doing, and if working in Biosphere Reserve have somehow helped you, not only in your career, but also help the people for whom you are working. So I'm really looking for the proceeding of this conference and looking for the replication of this conference. So just to conclude, this conference provides an ideal space to share scientific insights and research activities related to UNESCO Biosphere Reserves. Early career scientists and research managers working in the World Network of Biosphere Reserve will reflect upon research in Biosphere Reserve and develop strategies for future action. And I hope that these future actions and these strategies you are going to reflect on will be assets for, again, the next 10 years MAP action plan and the next 10 years MAP strategy. I wish to all of you a very useful and interesting research conference, a very useful debate. and that this debate will enable further progress toward holistic science, open science, and research in, for, and with biosphere reserves. And thank you for your attention.
Noeline, thank you very much. Don't walk away yet. Let us come to our key lecture this evening, and let me introduce Professor Dr. Pierre I. Pierre I. is the co-founder of the Center for Economics and Ecosystem Management, the co-founder of the Biosphere Center, one of the organizations that was before the PRI, and now he is the scientific co-director of the Biosphere Reserves Institute, and he's my supervisor and a very knowledgeable and experienced person, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from him, and I hope you are too. The global ecosystem crisis, UNESCO Biosphere Reserves and research, time for a wake-up call. Pierre, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Esteemed State Secretary Hoffmann, representatives and authorities of UNESCO, MAP committees, friends and colleagues from biosphere reserves all over the world, and researchers. Before I try to find out if we need a wake-up call, please let me express that I had the privilege as scientist to see many protected areas across the world, actually on all continents apart from Antarctica, many biosphere reserves, but there are a few countries I owe much to. One of these, especially in the context of biosphere reserves, is Ukraine. And I today want to dedicate this talk to our friends from Ukraine and the friends and colleagues in Ukraine. And I start with images from this country where we've been working and researching and exploring so often in the last 16 years. Actually, this is not working. Look at these landscapes. This is the largest protected primary beach forest of Europe in the Carpathian Biosphere Reserve. Biosphere reserves worldwide comprise, the last great places, intact landscapes, and where the trees are green, the skies are blue, the clouds are white, and you might want to think to yourself, this is not rapidly working, what a wonderful word. And this could be the soundtrack of my talk, and it will be the soundtrack in the first minutes. Okay, now I'm helpless. And if we had more time, I would start singing, possibly this. No, I wouldn't dare. So look at these places where biosphere meets atmosphere, and actually more than that, interacts with this atmosphere, places where water is stored, the hydrological cycle is moved, where weather is made, and climate is stabilized. Look at these carbon storages and sinks, look at these havens of biodiversity, places where ancient species and ecosystems have been preserved. All this happens in biosphere reserves. These are places where ancient cultures have thrived, lived, and collapsed and come back. Biosphere reserves are places where we celebrate culture, where we celebrate this interaction of humans with nature, where people live in direct contact and from what we nowadays call ecosystem services. Look at this richness of culture being embedded in rich nature. And then, well, this is the moment again, Carpathian Biosphere Reserve and Ukraine. We have to acknowledge that out there in this world, it's not all wonderful. We have the evil out there and the bad, and, well, it's a world of injustice, it's a world of inequality and poverty. This is also a consequence of our success and of progress. All we have achieved, aren't we great as humans that we now have constructed so many things that they outweigh the living biomass. We have created fantasy lands, and then, well, now we see there's a little piece of biodiversity such as a virus. And yeah, this does not help to have these skyscrapers and cities full of light and architecture. Still, some people and peoples are more vulnerable than others. And today my heart goes also out to the people of DPRK, where, yeah, the world, a few hundred kilometers away from China, seems to be so different. And we have to acknowledge in this world, we observe the simultaneity of the unsimultaneous. We are on a highway, high speed. Where are we going to? We don't know, but we need more roads. And we cut them into the last intact ecosystems, we fragment this biosphere, we treat it, and biodiversity is in our way, is in the way of progress. Yes, we open up this world, this gives access and opportunities to people, this is about development, but opening up ecosystems that function for a long while often also means loss and degradation. And we all know this, but yes, seeing this and concretely understanding what is going on there and how fast is important to see. A series of satellite images in eastern Peru and the Amazon is showing like how systematically and how recently we are transforming the last great places. And if you look at some areas here, well, this is oil palm plantations relatively recently, and we acknowledge it's a sign of our endeavor of making this world more uniform, destroying diversity, simplifying it, but then also treating it in a way like that these ecosystems never have experienced, with substances which are completely new to the biosphere. And now, well, oil palm plantation, you haven't possibly seen it, but we've switched the continent, but it looks the same. So from Peru to Malaysia, it's, all over. We've been talking about the constructed mass that is outweighing biomass, but if we also look at these other numbers, so we have halved the biomass of plants and driven ecosystems down to often to the bare soil. and humans and our domestic livestock, well, we by far outweigh now the wildlife, and this is kind of scaring. We see ever more bare soil. We have the loss of fertile, productive soils, desertification, and when it's too late, then we also see there is this relationship and the dependence of humans from functional ecosystems. I took this picture 30 years ago in Bolivia, and by chance I saw this area in Google Earth now, decades later, and of course we see degraded areas do not necessarily recover. There is even the potential of becoming worse. From 2010 to 2020 now, we see even more loss of the very last trees. So where are we going to? And meanwhile, in other places where there are still forests, we are mining timber and create clear cuts, situations of ecosystems that they haven't experienced before. And, well, we see this fast change related to not only global climate change, but because also local and regional climate changes, and wetlands are not wet anymore, and harvests are lost both in the global south and also in the north. We see burning forests all over, and here we clearly recognize that this ecosystem is losing the potential not only to recover next year or in 10 years, but here we lose soils that will take thousands of years to come back. We lose beaches and fight sea level rise. We face floodings and extreme weather events. Time is up. And this is not a webpage of an activist group, this is the United Nations, which is posting here this slogan, obviously related to the recent news from science that we are close to meeting the 1.5 target, 1.5 degree target, which is not a target, of course. We had to avoid this. Now we have a high risk that this happens within the next 5 years. And, well, the situation is complex, much more complex than summarized in a number such as 1.5 or 2 degrees or whatever, as all these suffering and vulnerable ecosystems and societies have to deal with this extra portion of stress, which is enormous. And we take for granted that our forests take up and sequester carbon, but what if, as there are some studies suggesting it, will lose this capacity of helping us out. This will further accelerate change. There are so many studies exploring the impact of land use on certain taxa, on ecosystems, also studies that show that climate change is having a severe signature. More rarely, studies refer to the combined effects, the cumulative stress. And of course, this is comes not as a surprise. Wherever ecosystems have been driven down by land use, for example, by intensive agriculture, the impact of climate change will be even more dramatic. And then we see these numbers, but do we get them? I mean, 63% of reduction of abundance of insects, or 61% of richness. What does it mean in a short while? And here we could go on and on. Of course, it's becoming too overwhelming, and it's a big risk that we get accustomed to these numbers. Oh, okay, yeah, another study. Yeah, you've heard about the European gastropods? Yeah, I guess these researchers are not like activists, but sober scientists, but they write sentences in their article such as that, yes, present extinction rates in European freshwater gastropods is 3 orders of magnitude higher than estimates for the Cretaceous Paleogene mass extinction. And then they write, the present extinction crisis might have a severe impact to freshwater biota for millions of years to come. Do you hear this? Hell's bells. I think the soundtrack of my talk has changed. But there are the biosphere reserves. Good to have them, indeed. Good to have this network of people who are concerned. I had also the privilege to participate in Lima and to be part of this spirit and of this movement, developing new strategies, an action plan, and the sheer mass and diversity of people coming together gave a lot of motivation, I have to say. As much as I get motivation today when I see your faces and the young researchers, actually, yes, who have to deal with quite a task, and we need all, this coming together and join forces really to not get lost in frustration. We have a great strategy, great goals, but then also, yes, we have to acknowledge this is the obvious. We have to conserve biodiversity. We have to contribute to building sustainable, healthy, and equitable societies. So overcome all this, hell spells talk I just presented, and achieve harmony with the biosphere. This is quite a big one. Sustainable science, education, and fight climate change. Still, yes, the goals are very positive, action-oriented. Of course, they are based on a functional multilateralism, which is suffering recently, as we know. Are these goals idealistic or realistic? Are they sufficiently critical, transformative, combative? Questions to be discussed. Biosphere reserves are part of the solution, but they are also victim, of course, of the current ecosystem crisis. And now we have all these modern technologies and means to almost in real time follow the situation of ecosystems, such as this Global Forest Watch, which is a great tool, which also allows for analyzing spatially protected areas or biosphere reserves. If we look at some statistics, we will see biosphere reserves that are under attack, where in the last 20 years, for example, here in Vietnam, this big biosphere reserve has lost 18% of its tree cover, 5.8% of the remnant primary humid forest. And then there are many more where the figures are similar. In Central America, for example, a place where we have worked as well, in the Maya Biosphere Reserve, 23% of the tree cover lost. So there, of course, the question arises, is this biosphere reserve effective? Does it need help? Yes, of course it does. Where do we get this help from? And yes, this means numbers and colorful satellite images, but if you are there on the ground, you see the loss of the potential, and you think about, well, the future scenarios. And so it goes on and on in too many countries, and this has to stop, of course. Even in the global north, in Germany, it's not like all about happiness and great places and ecotourism and positive aspects. If we look at some landscapes, they are suffering also from combinations of land use and climate change. So just let me have this example of a smaller biosphere reserve, the Südharz, where if we look at the satellite images of the global land analysis and discovery, a lot of red spots, which means loss of tree cover. And this is happening in monocultures, in spruce plantations. Come on. And things are made worse right now by huge clear cuts. And I'm really sad to see something like that in a biosphere reserve in Germany, and where I feel, yes, we have to do much better to really be role models and show alternatives to conventional practice treating our ecosystems. So biosphere reserves in a perfect storm. I guess this is not pathetic. And of course, they have to navigate there, and the question is, do they have enough fuel? Are they prepared? Were they made for this task? Of course, when the program was designed, I mean, there were challenges, but these challenges have grown so much. Biosphere reserves are doing a great job all over the world, actually beyond conventional activities related to science, related to tourism, what I have mentioned, but also showing alternatives in the economic sector. And what is always the most special element of biosphere reserves, they are these showcases, they are the network. And here we have a delegation from Altai Mountains, Kazakhstan, visiting a place in Schalsee Biosphere Reserve in northern Germany. And by the way, anecdotally, there's a person on the picture whom I put here, whom I met 7 years ago, and she was here, Aliyah. Yeah. So this is Biosphere Reserves as well, about connecting and reconnecting. Thanks for coming from the Altai Mountains, the first transboundary biosphere reserve in Asia. This is for you. So biosphere reserves help us to connect amongst each other, amongst us, connect with nature. This is such an important function where we have these last great places. And again, I want to mention this example of the Carpathian Biosphere Reserve, where we always go with our international students, hundreds of students by now, coming from all over the world, and where we then talk about what is a biosphere reserve, what is it good for, and what does it mean to run a biosphere reserve in a transformation country under pressure, with huge challenges. And yeah, these are always very important moments, I feel, in the academic year. Biosphere reserves help us to reach out to partners in countries where often it's more difficult to get to, and well, where there are so many challenges. We had the chance to work with colleagues from DPRK, and even have students from DPRK now in Eberswalde, and I would say this is only possible thanks to the Biosphere Reserve. So there are all these great functions and merits, and now as the future is accelerating, coming ever faster than we wanted to see it, the question is what will be? Que sera? Future's not ours to see. Well, so this could be one approach. Should we have a closer look at the future? Now we have to talk about another type of biodiversity. Can you see them? No? Okay. There is this famous one. This is the elephant in the room. You've seen it over there. Then there's the gray rhino, which is a metaphor for a huge, very dangerous risk that we clearly see, but we decide to ignore. So this is a relative of the elephant in the room. And then there is this famous black swan, which is highly improbable, but when it comes, yeah, then we see. Risk management has become more common, fortunately. I don't know if actually there's a lot of risk management in biosphere reserves. So maybe this is something we need much more, but even economists do risk management nowadays. For example, the World Economic Forum every year produces this report on the global risks, and for many years now, and it's a very insightful source, and where we see people are concerned Yeah, how do you feel about the outlook for the world? It's grim. I mean, 23% being worried, 61% concerned. This was published in January based on a survey last year. It's interesting to see what kind of risks have been perceived in the survey, such as climate action failure being #1, extreme weather, biodiversity loss, human environmental damage, natural resource crisis. All these green risks are environmental risks, and they are the top runners now for the last few years. This is new, so economists recognize biodiversity and the natural resources. It's also interesting always to see what is missing. For example, published in January, there is no geopolitical risk. There's only geo-economic confrontation, only geo-economic. So this also means it comes, the black swan, all of a sudden. 1 month later, and all the situation has changed maybe for a long while. And what I feel is especially exciting, so this World Economic Forum for a few years now also is working and thinking quite systemically, looking at all the interrelationships and the complexity of the risks, because they are not existing one next to the other, but they are interacting, they are concatenant and converging. So, is it time for a wake-up call? I think, no, you are awake, but maybe we shall reflect more on the biosphere reserves as a role model. Like, if we still stick to role models of the last century, are they fit for purpose? Are they ready to confront the challenges in this world of the 21st century, which is hot, flat, and crowded? We could say the full world, which is the VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous, definitely risky, and yes, finally hitting the limits to growth. So are you awake? Are the biosphere reserves awake, up to the challenges? Are you prepared for the black swans? How will they look like? Are we good enough at conserving not only what we have, but especially the properties of the dynamically changing systems? And this changeability also has to be conserved. So conservation ain't what it used to be. Are biosphere reserves effective against all the odds, all the bad and evil, which is not just in the surroundings of the biosphere reserves? We've seen it. It's happening also within. So yes, it's time to recognize, many know, but that biosphere reserves are not about just preserving ancient cultures or things like that, folkloric legacy. So are they the laboratories that produce the unexpected innovations? So we could come up with a new type of species, like, well, we have some white swans already, but some birds that we produce and that are the game changer in a positive sense. Are biosphere reserves source of inspiration and motivation in this world of depression and frustration? I think so, yes, yeah. And now, research related questions. Is it ready and good at bird watching? Do we do enough black swan horizon scanning? Is science sufficiently self-critical, brave, outspoken? Is science transformative? And is it grounded in values? What kind of values these might be? I'm very much in favor of eco-humanist values, where we see, yes, the people in the center of our action, but where, like, everything is embedded in the ecosystem. So we have to get to grips with our position in this global ecosystem. Yeah, we shall stop thinking that we are something that is out or external to the ecosystems and where we just buy our ecosystem services. No, we are a dependent component of this system, and we should treat it as such. So, is science really helping Biosphere Reserves setting up these innovation laboratories, these living labs. Is this enough? I feel no, this is not enough. We need much more efforts going into this endeavor. And do we use Biosphere Reserves as a source of inspiration and motivation? Very often. And of course, it must be much more than that. And then I want to come to the end and conclude, I guess, that we do not need a wake-up call. The Biosphere Reserves do not need a wake-up call, but possibly a lot of reflection, honest reflection of the situation where we're in, and we all tend to escape sometimes from this reality. And this maybe is the biggest risk of all of them, that we are not willing anymore to really face all these different challenges and risks. So let us celebrate humans, human diversity, cultural diversity as part of this marvelous, wonderful world we have. Thanks very much for coming, and thank you for doing all this together.
Thank you very much, Pierre, for this really strong presentation. For me, it was a big reminder also what we are doing here and for what we are doing it, and something that kicked again my motivation to do even more and to be even braver, just as you said. Now, as in any good presentation, I would allow for questions. Now I allow questions, as many as you wish, when we stand together later on outside. Use the chance and ask and talk to Pierre. It's very difficult to make now the transfer from this presentation, but I think what you also said is we are looking at a new generation of scientists. We need more science in these biosphere reserves. In the last 2 days, we had young scientists presenting their work, their results, and as Lutz Müller already mentioned, now we want to award 4 of them, those 4 that we think, or the judges think, made the best research presentations, the best, strongest research that has impact, that has relevance. We want to award them with the Magda Staudinger Prize. And for that, I ask Dr. Marlene Meissner, and let's keep it brief, and I also ask those judges to be prepared to come to the front.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I'm really happy to be here, to have this wonderful task to award the 4 most promising, most brilliant and interesting works in 4 different categories of different thematic fields which were presented today. And I'm also really curious to listen to the judges who will tell us why they chose the works which are awarded today. And I suggest that I will announce the category or the thematic field, and the respective judge or the person who can explain to us why this work was chosen in the field comes and explains to us, and then I will give the name of the person to make it really exciting for you, okay? So then I suggest the first thematic field is biodiversity and climate change. So who was responsible for that? You are. So we are interested to hear why you decided to give this award to the person we will not announce yet.
So, thanks. Well, it was really a tough decision because in our group we heard a lot of, all in all, 11 presentations, and all of them were brilliant and interesting, and the young researchers all have been very passionate, and yeah, so it was a tough decision. And if I announce, maybe I will take the surprise a bit, because on the one hand, we like to set a spotlight on the ocean, which is very important for the climate, but also for food security. And in this study, the researcher addresses a lot of different aspects important for biosphere reserves. It's on socio-economic effects, and in his future research, he also likes to address gender issues, which maybe also fits to this Magda Staudinger Prize. And yeah, I think now I can also read out the title if you, yeah. It's complex issues, as I said, and so it's a long and complex title, and I have to read it out. So it's called Exploring the Potential Role of Patron-Client Relationship on Social Resilience to Climate Change Impacts and Risks among small-scale Sama Bajau fishermen in Wakatobi National Park, which is also a biosphere reserve, of course, in Indonesia.
So we award this prize to Amar Maruf. Congratulations for the good work. Keep up your good work, Amar Maruf. Congratulations, and yeah, all the best for you. So now we have the second thematic field of sustainable societies and economies. Who's responsible for this field? Ah, thank you. So would you come in front and, or you? Okay. So please tell us why you decided to award this person.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the opportunity to give you a little bit of story about our awardee. So actually, of course, there were very many good presentations. However, it was a unanimous decision. And for us, it was an interesting research that not only showed hard work, but it also showed that science goes hand in hand with working with the people. And this means respecting people, respecting their agency, as well as making sure that the research itself would make a difference. So I would now like to read the title as well. It's Agricultural Transformation Among the Soliga Indigenous People, a case study from Sathya Mangalam forests in India.
So, Divja Radijswari Swaminathon. Congratulations. And our third awardee did work in the field of innovative and sustainable use of natural resources. So thank you for the explanation why you chose this awardee.
Thank you. Well, as of course, as in the other groups, the presentations were all excellent and it wasn't an easy decision. But the decision was made not just about the content of the presentation and the enthusiasm of the presenter, but the fact that, I have to say, he gave a really good presentation. He didn't use too many words on his slides. He used some really good graphics that made us laugh. And he was a really good presenter, as well as all of the other things we were looking for. It was an ethnographic approach, looking at the evaluation of the activities of a biosphere reserve in Mexico, in Sierra Gorda. And I have to admit, I don't have the exact title with me, but I hope he will forgive me. But another point he made, which I think maybe we have heard a little bit, is we need to remember that we can learn from failure. We shouldn't always look at successes in evaluation. We will also learn from evaluations and failures. And that's a really important point. And he said it right at the end, that we must learn from failures in evaluations, but we need to have evidence that we have learned. So this is someone I recommend you to talk to as long as he is here, because I have just given a very small overview of a very good thinking person. And his name is Eduardo Luna.
Congratulations, Eduardo. And maybe you can tell us the title of your presentation.
It was a comparison of different organizations, like the use of evaluations in different organizations that work in a biosphere reserve. Thanks.
Long title. Congratulations. And the final category of our Magda Staudinger Prize is the field of ecosystem services. Who's going to come up now to talk about... Yes, there's someone coming. So we're curious to hear more about this category.
Thank you. First of all, I have to congratulate Eduardo. And Eduardo, you have to keep your word. What are you doing with the prize? You already told us the prize. What are you doing with it?
Thanks, Andres. Well, I decided to share it with everybody buying beer for this.
So we still haven't announced how much money they win. So it's 500 euros each. So you can drink a lot of beer for 500 euros.
Okay, thank you. In our group, we had really big problems for have a person to the award, because one presentation didn't arrive from Ethiopia. So we had to do the presentation. Since we had the PowerPoint, we did the presentation as a group. Everyone was reading a slide. So we think first, okay, we own all the award. But it wasn't so fair, so we thought, okay, you have to, mostly you keep in mind the last good presentation. That was a really good presentation we had today, but we still need to reward and think, okay, but yesterday they were very good presentations too. And we think the quality of the research, the scalability of it, the data, taking data in times of pandemia, and so we decided the prize should be gone to one research that has to be in any biosphere research there is an interface between sea and earth, and so we decided to give to micro and macro plastic litter pollution along sandy beaches in Puerto Princesa, Palawan, Philippines.
So the award goes to Reka Sajoni. Congratulations, Reka. So enjoy this moment. You deserved it. So this goes out to the future of the MAP program, and we are really happy to have the possibility to award this prize. And yes, thank you very much. And I just want to announce that the 4 awardees, please come to me afterwards. That would be great.
Not only afterwards. So we are very grateful that this was possible here with your help and in partnership. But I think this would be a very nice photo now. Can I ask the 4 persons to come up and to have Marlene and Lutz here and maybe representatives of HNEE and make a big group photo of this, this prize process. That would be nice. Thank you. Oh, why not? And a big thanks to the moderators of the session who did a very good job in taking good decisions here and ending up with a gender-balanced number of prize takers. Thank you for that. There's, go ahead. There's one last item point, and if the 2 presenters don't object, I would suggest that we end here and move outside. We won't have a microphone outside, so I hope that the voice is good enough. Or shall we make an introduction here and then move outside? I'm a little uncertain here. Yes, introduction here and then outside, or yes, directly outside? So we wanted to yeah, good, that sounds good. A brief explanation, we wanted to pay special tribute to several indigenous people that are amongst us here at the conference, also contributing not with research results, but with indigenous knowledge. And we had the offer, and we took it very openly, that we have a small ceremonial sharing here. I ask both Larry McDermott and Rebecca Qualia to give us an introduction here, and then we go outside and do the ceremony. That would be very nice. I take this opportunity. We had efforts already to do a group photo, but with only half the group here. Now everybody is here, and we have a photographer. After the ceremony, a quick group photo, and then our reception is open. How does that sound? In this case, please, Dermot and Rebecca, no, Larry and Rebecca, I ask you to come up.
Kwekwe, Wamsi and Dishakas, Makwa and Dodom, Shabatabajuan First Nation. I just wanted to begin by introducing myself in my language, Algonquin. And I think most of you probably know, we've just begun the UN Decade of Indigenous Languages. And there's so much that can be discerned in different languages. So I felt that it was important to do that. And one of the, I want to actually borrow from another language, Mohawk language, and I have a good friend who heads up the Indigenous Environmental Sciences program at Trent University in Ontario. His name is Dan Mohawk. And we were sitting around, we were hunting, and we're getting old. We were tired, but we were hanging out after supper, and we were talking about the importance of language. And he gave me a Mohawk word, which I can't remember, but the Mohawk word is the way you greet your mother. And the translation of that word is the one who gave me life. And so every time you greet your mother, you're reinforcing that relationship. And that's just one example of what the power of language and the power of this decade. So I wanted to share that. I brought up 3 booklets. So in Canada, in responding to the Aichi targets, a process was undertaken that accommodated both Western culture and Indigenous cultures. And we actually opened the whole process in pipe ceremony because it was on Algonquin territory. I led that. And the territories, the provinces, and the federal government was represented. There was a Indigenous circle of experts, and they produced We Rise Together. There was then forestry, mining, agriculture, environmental NGOs, and a couple of Indigenous, and they produced Canada's Conservation Vision. No way am I going to get into the full scope of it, but we actually borrowed from the past. And so Canada came together really in the Royal Proclamation, which is part of the Canadian Constitution. And at that time, there were different Indigenous traditions that were brought together at the Treaty of 1764. One of them is the dish with one spoon, and it has 3 covenants. 1, take only what you need. 2, temper even that by leaving some for others. And lastly, keep the dish clean. Simple principles that say a lot, and were meant to guide our shared relationship. And part of this process was to revive Canada's origin story and bring it forward. I'll just say that I've been around long enough that I was at the Earth Summit in '92. I was at Nagoya in 2010. I was at Lima, Peru, in 2016. A common denominator to work with Indigenous peoples. I think there's opportunities that have been unfulfilled. And so I'm happy to be here, happy to share some of the examples where that has happened. And I'm going to say some of what our ceremony is about is that Western science is real good at the physical and the mental, but not so good, although I heard some beautiful words this evening, when it comes to the empathic or the spiritual. And I think about Aichi Target 1, which is everybody's got to connect with the power of nature, the fact we are part of nature. There's no separation. We're playing a fool's game. We're taking more than we need. We're not leaving enough for others. And part of my tradition is leaving enough for others is for 7 generations. And so we need to share some of those principles. So yeah, it saddened me to see the German map in the north. But I've just also come from a peninsula in northern Ontario, the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, and development is just accelerating. And there's so many of those examples going on. Some of it's got to do with the pandemic, and some of it's got to do with people have just, as a bit of a paradox, the people that are overseeing trails, for example, are seeing double the people using those trails during the pandemic. People there is a shift, and we'll get to talk more about that. Lastly, and I'm probably abused the time that I was allowed, but I noticed others did too, so. Just that for us in the Pathways 1 process in Canada, we always opened every meeting in ceremony and closed it in ceremony. And the ceremony is meant to slow us down, to just unite us, and then to connect us with the land and the water. So that's really, but that's so important. It's simple, but very important. So I'm going to ask Rebecca if she'd like to add a few words.
Okay, from the community I come from, when you're greeting someone, you tell them Ichemune, then you answer Achamage. Achamage loosely translates to I love myself. So every time you answer to a greeting, let it be a reminder that you still love yourself. I think we can proceed outside for what Larry has in store for us.
So meet outside, move quickly, group photo, reception. Thank you.